Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, if you do not have the proper credential in order to be on the floor, you will be removed. Escorts must remain with their guests at all times. Thank you. Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The 2024 Republican National Convention will begin in a few minutes.
Now I know just how heaven feels when I get behind that steering wheel. Time to flow and power glide. For the stroke I'm satisfied. Come on, take my baby for a ride. Ooh, she's like a smooth stretch of highway. Ooh, she's like a smooth summer breeze. If my motor's running right, if I lose control tonight, got the shape I love to squeeze. Looks that bring me to my knees, oh please, let it go tonight.
It's now confirmed 3 U.S. troops were killed by a drone strike linked to Iran.
"31 Americans died today in Israel after an attack by Hamas.
According to NBC, a Chinese spy balloon that flew across our country gathered intelligence from U.S. military operations.
13 American soldiers have been killed by a suicide bomber in Biden's failed pullout from Afghanistan.
The Defense News reports today that the U.S. military is in decline, and threats from China are formidable.
Prevailing view among Americans is that U.S. influence in the world is weakening, and China's is growing.
A new poll out reveals that Americans believe their influence in the world has weakened.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, Republicans around the world, have we had a great first 2 days of this 2024 Republican National Committee? You know, when you think about where we are as a country today, you got to start by thinking about where we were 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Russia was in check. China was in check. Iran was in check. Our southern border was secure, and our economy was strong. Where are we today? Russia has invaded Ukraine. They've parked a nuclear missile-capable boat 90 miles off our shore in Havana, Cuba. China is saber-rattling and threatening Taiwan. And Iran has openly attacked our ally, Israel, through its proxies and with its missiles. 10 million illegal immigrants have come across our southern border. And we don't know who they are, where they are, or what they're doing. Our economy is not nearly as strong as it was 4 years ago. We can do better. We need to do better. Tonight, we are going to hear from great speakers from across the Republican Party. We are going to hear from President Trump's son, Donald Jr. We're going to hear from the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. And we are going to hear from real Americans who are going to tell their stories about how we need to make America strong again. So it is my pleasure to gavel open this third day of the 2024 Republican National Convention.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome Delegate Evelyn Nunez-Jones from California.
Please bow your heads. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be together in this room. It has been a long journey for many of us, especially for President Trump and his family. Please remember our fellow patriot, Corey Competori. At this time, we invite you, Holy Spirit, to be part of our convention. We praise you, Heavenly Father. We seek for you to guide the steps of this delegation, the steps of our President Trump, and the steps of his newly chosen Vice President, J.D. Vance. Remove all stumbling blocks. Jesus Christ, we ask for a new restoration of America, especially for our children. We pray for protection, divine wisdom, and revival for our country, for my state of California and our party. In the name of Jesus, we pray for victory in 2024. En el nombre de Dios, in the name of Jesus, amen. Let freedom reign. Woo!
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Scouts of America, Troop 222 of Racine, Wisconsin. Let's give them a warm welcome. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Coughlin from New Hampshire to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome Jenny Thiel.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Right, base. Color guard, forward, march. Left, 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 right, left, 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 left.
Before his weakness, America had strength. Strength respected by our allies, feared by our adversaries. Strength that kept Russia out of Ukraine. The Middle East at peace. Iran's nuclear efforts stalled. Our borders safe and secure. Terrorist ISIS destroyed. And American soldiers out of war. Because that's what a strong leader does. And our soldiers always knew this commander-in-chief had their backs. He was there with them on graduation day, visited with them here and around the world, gave them their largest pay raise in a decade, and he never forgot them after they served, and made sure every vet finally got the health care they deserved. President Trump, he's making America safe and strong again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Brian Mast of Florida.
Good evening, America. I'm Congressman Brian Mast. Now, I've got to start with a salute to every warrior standing guard around the globe on an aircraft carrier, in a foxhole, on a base somewhere, in this audience, or just watching from home. We love you, veterans. We love them. We love them. I, too, am an Army veteran, a husband, a father of 4. I lost 2 legs and a finger in the war in Afghanistan. But nothing could stop me from standing alongside Donald Trump and fighting for America. Every one of you American service members and every veteran knows the dangers when we join the armed forces, but we risk our lives because we believe in America. As president, Donald Trump rebuilt our military, deterred our enemies, and he made America strong again. Now, I'm not here to sugarcoat it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have once again weakened our armed forces, and through inflation, slashed the size of our military budget, just like they slashed the family budget. And at the same time, they've distracted our troops with millions of hours of so-called extremism training, and they've based promotions on adherence to left-wing political ideology rather than merit. They would rather lose a war than use the wrong pronouns, and we've had enough. Donald Trump knows that our military needs warriors and not woke weaklings lecturing our warriors.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
I could not be more proud tonight to present to you and to all of America my father and our next president, Donald J. Trump.
To each of you in this hall, this giant hall that's packed to the rafters, get ready to fight, get ready to win. Together, we will take back the House. We will take back the Senate. Most importantly, in 2024, we are going to take back our beautiful, beautiful, beautiful White House.
Night 3 of the Republican National Convention, and all eyes will be on J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's pick to be his vice president. Vance will introduce himself tonight to Republican voters and the American people. This evening's theme is Make America Strong Once Again. Expect to focus on the military and national security and America's spot on the world stage, but the Republican Party is in the midst of a major identity shift, embracing isolationism and a protectionism that ends at the water's edge. In other breaking news tonight, President Joe Biden has COVID. The White House says he is experiencing mild symptoms, and he is still facing calls to step down from the presidential race from within his own party. This is live coverage from the Washington Post of the Republican National Convention. I'm Libby Casey in Milwaukee at the Fiserv Forum, and I'm joined tonight by senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin and columnist James Hohmann. We're also joined back in Washington by JM Rieger, senior video journalist. JM, tell us more about the breaking news of President Biden's health tonight.
As you just mentioned, Libby, the president is experiencing, quote, mild symptoms, according to the White House. He just boarded Air Force One a few minutes ago en route back to Delaware to self-isolate. Biden told reporters that, quote, I feel good. The president's doctor says that he's experiencing a running nose, a cough, and, quote unquote, general malaise. He's going to continue to carry out his duties in Delaware. The White House doctor the president's doctor also noted that the president has received his first dose of Paxlovid and is fully boosted and has received all of his vaccines for COVID to date. But Libby, this comes just hours after yet another Democrat called for President Biden to step down atop the Democratic ticket, this time Representative Adam Schiff from California, who's running for Senate. And this was also as Biden was making a campaign swing through Nevada, a crucial swing state in this election. So we'll have to see how this plays out in the days and weeks ahead here. Libby?
Thanks so much, JM. Rich Matthews is here in the Fiserv Forum. Right here, we can see the action right behind me. Rich is on the other side of this complex. The delegates are really filling up the floor between us. Rich, what can we expect tonight?
Well, you know, that overarching theme you just mentioned of Make America Strong Again, we know we're going to hear about military and economic threats from China, border security, border security, border security, energy independence, the need for it, and also restoring America's place in the world essentially as a superpower. You can expect to hear from what the RNC is referring to as everyday people, a rancher from Texas whose land is right along the border. He'll talk about what he calls a near constant stream of drugs and human trafficking moving across his property. You'll hear from a petroleum engineer about that need for energy independence and even the ability of the country to have energy independence. Multiple decorated veterans, including a World War II veteran, and more recently a soldier who won the Medal of Honor for fighting in Fallujah. And then you'll also hear from Gold Star families, of course, Gold Star families, folks who've lost loved ones in war. Now, in addition to the everyday people, we do have some heavy hitters on the agenda, including Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida. Gaetz, a frequent attendee at Trump events and someone that was with him in New Hampshire when he won New Hampshire. I've never heard a speech from Matt Gaetz that couldn't be classified as fiery, so we'll certainly be looking to see what he has to say. And also Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, a very vocal critic of Joe Biden and his policies on the border, and a strong supporter of Trump's border policies. He's here tonight, and of course it all leads up to that speech from J.D. Vance that I'm sure we'll talk a lot about both before and after. Libby?
All right, thanks so much, Rich. Rhonda, what is the messaging from J.D. Vance tonight that we can anticipate, and what is the purpose of him giving like the big speech of the night tonight?
Well, the purpose this time around is to introduce himself, because as we've been reporting throughout the week, a lot of the country doesn't know J.D. Vance. Of course, he's the junior senator from Ohio, recently elected in the last election, and a lot of people don't know him. So I think this will be a moment that we're all going to listen in and try to figure out, okay, what's his tone? What will he be bringing to the table? What I've heard from campaign officials is that he is going to really dig into the reason he was picked, which is to talk to the Rust Belt community. He's going to talk about how he has Appalachian roots, that he feels people in Ohio and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania have been left behind. So that is one of the reasons we believe he was chosen by Donald Trump to run with him, and he's really going to lean into that tonight. Again, you've mentioned that this is Make America Strong Again. I have also heard that there is going to be real emphasis on the border specifically. I know Rich just laid out much of the plan, but the southern border in particular will be a big topic tonight.
And it was last night already, James. And, so if these themes sound familiar to people, the only difference is they have a once again in front of the, it's like, do this once again, make it strong once again. So they haven't deviated too far from their path. But why do Republicans think that this message of the border is important for them? And how is a foreign policy night a little bit complicated for this room?
It really is. This is the biggest audience J.D. Vance has ever had. And one of the things Donald Trump likes about him is that he rejects traditional conservative orthodoxy. This is no longer the party of Ronald Reagan. And Vance is trying to say, as Trump did 8 years ago when he ran, let's turn inward. Let's not look outward. Vance served in the Marine Corps. He served overseas. He's going to say we need to be focused on here at home, not the war in Ukraine, not promoting democracy. And that is what the Republican Party is now about. And I think but ultimately, the VP night is typically the attack dog night. It's the night where the number two comes out and swinging against the other side. Traditionally, Trump has been happy, even relished playing that role himself at the top of the ticket. But with this effort to sort of project a kinder, gentler tone, to sandpaper down Trump's rough edges, as we heard last night from Lara Trump, Will Vance try to replicate that tone? On Saturday night, he said that Joe Biden's rhetoric directly caused the assassination attempt on President Trump. If he talks like that, I'd be surprised. Ultimately, I think because Trump is sort of anointing him as the future of the MAGA movement, the person that he will pass the torch to in 4 years, I think there's going to be a lot of bio, a lot of, I'm one of you. But it'll be a fascinating tension to watch. And this is a speech that they're going to have to have written in the last 48 hours.
It sort of reminds me when Sarah Palin was picked to be John McCain's running mate, how there was so much banking on that speech because it was her chance to introduce herself to an audience, many of whom didn't even know how to pronounce her last name. Now, J.D. Vance has some more name recognition than that because he's been serving in politics down here in the lower 48. But he really came to prominence because of Hillbilly Elegy, because of the book he wrote that came out on the eve of the 2016 election. And so it was really this moment where America was talking about the culture of our country and where the MAGA movement had come from. We're going to be talking about all of that tonight. Up next, though, speaking is Congressman Ronny Jackson, a man who's worn a lot of different hats, including the doctor who was working at the White House, James.
Yeah, he was Trump's White House physician. Trump nominated him to be the VA secretary. Then he had to pull out, and now he's in Congress from Texas.
All right, well, let's listen to what he has to say, especially of interest because of Trump's recent wound suffered on Saturday during that assassination attempt.
All right. All right, all right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, and good evening to my delegation from Texas. My name is Dr. Ronny Jackson, and I'm the congressman from the 13th Congressional District of the great state of Texas. Prior to being in Congress, I served on active duty in the Navy for 25 years. I was a Navy deep sea diver, an emergency medicine doctor, and a combat physician in Iraq. During that time, I also had the distinct privilege of serving for 14 years as White House physician. But most importantly, I served as the appointed physician to the greatest president that this country has ever had, Donald J. Trump. And not only that, but now I can say I served a president who literally took a bullet for our country. President Trump and I have been through a lot together over the years, but I have never, ever been prouder of his leadership than I was last Saturday. His warrior spirit and his display of will to keep fighting for our country, even after getting shot down, will go down as an all-time moment in American history. I know firsthand from my time at the White House that being a president is an unrelenting 24/7 job. Time off truly just doesn't exist. Our president needs to make clear and decisive decisions in a moment's notice. When the phone rings in the middle of the night, the president must be ready. Unfortunately, our current president is not ready for that call. Let's not kid ourselves. Father Time has not been kind to Joe Biden. And China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, they do not respect Biden's 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. schedule. And we would not be in this situation were it not for Joe Biden's staff and his family. They should have compassion for him and prioritize his health and our country's security. But they have put their own interest above America's interest. Perhaps the greatest blame lies with his own Vice President, Kamala Harris. She has not been truthful with us. She has lied to us. She has put party above country, and she is as unfit in character as Joe Biden is in body and mind. Between the wide open southern border, the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, record high inflation, and the devastating crime in our streets, this administration has now produced a legacy of failure, disappointment, and danger. There is simply too much at stake to have someone who can barely shuffle to a podium be the one that is responsible for the safety and the security of our country. Every second that Joe Biden remains in the White House, this country becomes less safe. However, under President Trump's leadership, we will restore our standing on the world stage. We will bring back our great economy we had. We will finally secure our southern border. We will rebuild our great military. We will clean up crime in our streets. And most importantly, we will have a president who is respected by our allies and who is feared by our enemies and who leads with strength. Let me close by saying the path forward is simple. It is very simple and straightforward. We need to make America great again, and we need to do everything we possibly can to re-elect Donald J. Trump as our president. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless America, and God bless Texas.
Congressman Ronnie Jackson, news outlets have reported that he did examine Trump this week after Trump was shot at the rally on Saturday. Rhonda, let's talk about the significance of that speech right now.
Well, one of the things is, when we've heard from Ronnie Jackson, usually he speaks very enthusiastically of the former president's health. In fact, he once said that Trump has good genes and could live 200 years if he just eats right and takes care of himself. But really, he's a part of this narrative about the strength of the former president. And we're seeing the opposite on the other side with President Biden and how there's so much focus on his age, his health, his mental fitness. So Ronnie Jackson has sort of been the cheerleader for Trump's health. Of course, he, as James laid out, he has sort of rode the coattails of the Trump administration. He entered politics himself and is a Texas congressperson. One thing he didn't mention, unless I missed it, he was also President Obama's White House doctor.
He held that job for like 14 years.
Yeah.
Sort of didn't really go into details about who else he worked with, right?
Didn't say who, but really, he has been a part of that narrative, saying that Trump is more fit and is healthy, even though they're only separated by a few years, Biden and Trump.
I want to welcome Marianne Levine to the conversation. So good to see you, Marianne. Let's talk about the big speaker of the night tonight, J.D. Vance. What are you anticipating tonight?
Well, right now we're anticipating J.D. Vance to really talk about his background. He's, of course, the author of Hillbilly Elegy, in which he talked about his experience growing up in a working class environment, growing up in poverty with a family that was affected by drug addiction. And so we're expecting him to really lean into his personal biography and then talk about how his personal biography has informed his views and how it aligns with the America First agenda that Trump has put out and how it's informed his views on issues like trade and inflation and fentanyl.
You know, he has a different perspective than the old guard of Republicanism. I mean, he is isolationist. He, says that he's really for the working class in a way that comes across as really anti-business. The question, of course, is what will that mean in terms of policy? Do we really know what he's going to stand for in terms of what he tries to push forward?
It seems like with Senator Vance, he is very much going to emulate the policies that President Trump has put out there, and President Trump, of course, has been a more populist type Republican, and it seems like by selecting J.D. Vance as his vice presidential pick, he is really moving the Republican Party into that more populist direction, and I think that the Republican Party of 2012 is likely going away, and already has in the last few years. So
yeah, and you know what I'm trying to get at is like anti-corporate, like in the sense of like fighting for the man, which is really what like unions and Democrats have been trying to espouse for a long time. So how do you see this being used in the campaign trail in the coming weeks and months?
I think we can really see Vance trying to make an appeal to union workers. I mean, we saw that this week with the president of the Teamsters speaking here tonight. And I think one thing that's also notable that we learned about as we were reporting about Vance in the Veep stakes process was the fact that you had a lot of more traditional establishment type donors really opposing him being President Trump's pick. And so I think we're going to see a lot of talk about tariffs, a lot of talk about anti-corporate big business, but I think there's really going to be a play for union workers, especially in those key states like Michigan and Pennsylvania that the Trump campaign is really hoping to win over before November.
Yeah, James, what are you hearing from sort of pro-corporate big business leaders, Chamber of Commerce types? I mean, even Rupert Murdoch didn't want this pick. We think about sort of that upper echelon of the representation of Republican corporate being so connected together.
Ken Griffin, people of that ilk all called Trump, tried to get him out to get out of it. But J.D. Vance had in his corner some rich people of his own, especially David Sachs, who we heard from on Monday night, who was roommates at Stanford with Peter Thiel, who was Vance's big benefactor. And Vance got Sachs to hold a fundraiser that raised $6 million for Trump in the Bay Area. And so that was able to counter some of Trump's concerns. One of the things Trump really wanted as he was looking at his VP was someone who could do confrontational media interviews. So his advisors booked him on all the Sunday shows and even MSNBC. And Trump was really impressed at how much he was willing to be a fighter, which is also what we're going to see from our next speaker.
Oh, such a great segue. We're going to see Matt Gaetz, congressman from Florida. He's getting a big reception here in the hall, so let's listen to what he has to say.
Donald Trump is unstoppable. Elect him president again, and America will be unstoppable too. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's been out of it. Democrats have been hiding the real Biden for years. We saw people in the witness protection program more often than we saw unscripted Biden. Under Biden-Harris, America has fallen sicker, lonelier, and poorer. Under Trump, we prospered, we were richer, inflation was low, and there were two genders. Under Biden-Harris, inflation has gotten so bad you can no longer bribe Democrat senators with cash alone. You have to use gold bars just so the bribes hold value. Oh, the swamp draining will recommence soon, and I will be President Trump's strongest ally in Congress to pass term limits, to stop taxpayer funding for political campaigns, to ban members of Congress for life from becoming lobbyists, and for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game, ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. I am proud to stand before you, the only Republican in Congress who takes no lobbyist money, no PAC money. It's not good for me. I work for you, not them. President Trump, he'll never defund our police, but he will defund foreign aid to countries that hate us. And President Trump understands that if it isn't racist to check ID for a hunting license or welfare benefits or a fishing license, then it is okay to demand an ID to vote everywhere in this country in every election that's held. A Democrat congressman recently said that any criticism of Joe Biden is ableist. I don't think it's too much to ask that the American president be able to do the job. Kamala Harris isn't able to do any job. She was appointed border czar. Appointing Kamala Harris to oversee the border is like appointing Bernie Madoff to oversee your retirement plan.
President Trump has shown the world what he is made of, and now we will show the world what America is made of by having his back. And how about the choice President Trump made for a running mate? JD looks like a young Abraham Lincoln, but he's from Ohio, like General Grant. And like General Grant, JD Vance knows how to fight. So they can run Biden from the nursing home, Harris, George Clooney, Robert De Niro, whoever they want to run. We are on a mission to rescue and save this country, and we ride or die with Donald John Trump to the end. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back. Let's go get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida. Rhonda, takeaways from that one.
Well, also, I do want to point out that earlier today there was this exchange where Gaetz, who, if you remember, he was the first person to use the motion to vacate to oust former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who was also on the floor, and Gaetz sort of did a dig with him and said, "Oh, are you on the list to speak tonight?"
When are you speaking, Kevin?
Yeah, it was brutal. Yeah,
yeah, which almost seemed like it might have been planned because there was a news camera there, but it was caught on tape. But I'm also listening to Gaetz's speech and others who are planning to talk tonight, who are members of Congress, and you see sort of the growing pains in the GOP, the identity crisis a little bit, because just even walking around, you're seeing some people from the old guard of the RNC and the GOP, and then you're seeing people like Matt Gaetz, who might have a future in this type of Republican Party. You're sort of seeing all shades of Republicans right now, and I think it's an interesting moment. This is not like past conventions that we've covered, RNC conventions, and we are seeing sort of just this grab bag when it comes to the speakers. And you're also seeing the enthusiasm that these GOP personalities have right now. He got a really warm welcome.
Yeah.
So people are really enjoying those personalities that they're seeing in congressional hearings and on cable news. It's, it is a time in the RNC right now.
It's what gets rewarded in this environment.
Yeah.
Kevin McCarthy isn't getting a speaking slot. Kevin McCarthy was ousted as speaker because of Matt Gaetz and Nancy Mace, who spoke earlier this evening. And
Can I just mention, I saw Speaker McCarthy yesterday. I think that video went around yesterday, and I asked him, we still call him Speaker out of respect, but yeah, former House Speaker McCarthy, I said, were you invited to speak? And he, oh, no, I've done it like 4 times before. I wouldn't have wanted to come to that party even if I gotten an invite. But it is just, usually you'd have sort of past standard bearers as part of this, right, as part of showing like that big tent inclusivity, but that is not the case here, James.
Romney's not here, Liz Cheney's not here, Susan Collins
the former president of the United States, George W. Bush, is not here. I mean, there are all these Republicans who are not even thinking about the fact that they're not here tonight, but they're not here.
The point I want to make about Matt Gaetz is that in a normal pre-Trump time, he would not have been allowed to speak. He's under active investigation by the House Ethics Committee for having sexual relations with minors, and
was under federal investigation before that.
Yeah, it was.
It's
been resolved. But so it's sort of striking because he has this exposure, and I should say he vehemently denies those allegations. Kevin McCarthy, after Gaetz said that, later said, Gaetz should be in jail. It was also striking because during that exchange, there was an Illinois delegate who went up to Gaetz and started yelling, "You're used a profanity," and then they kind of got into it. So I think that there is. I don't want to make it sound like everyone here is some Matt Gaetz acolyte. He clearly is very popular. He's he has a big following, but I do think he sort of represents sort of the MAGA id of the House Republican Conference.
I think it's also interesting, for example, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also does not have a speaking slot, despite being the top Republican.
And we saw him booed the other day.
Yeah, and he was also booed. So I think it's just again, another image of just the transition of the Republican Party to really the party of Trump in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Marianne, what does Donald Trump do with this momentum out of this? Because, okay, he's got people who support him on board, obviously, right? Especially after sort of the fear and absolute appalling nature of Saturday's attempted attack on him. Now he's chosen a vice presidential running mate, though, who's like him in his own image, right? He's like the new generation of MAGA. So how do they take this on the road and try to convince other Americans that this is a team that would be worth their vote?
I mean, I think it's been interesting to hear how some of the speakers have talked about Donald Trump in the last few days. I mean, one statement that struck out to me when I was listening to Laura Trump's speech, for example, was the fact that she said, hey, you don't have to like the tweets, but was your life better before President Biden came into office? And we're kind of seeing that message as well with people like Nikki Haley. And so I think that the way the campaign goes about this is messaging that to the people who are a little bit more skeptical of Trump and who maybe voted for Nikki Haley in the primary. But I think there is a question of who will Vance actually bring in as the vice presidential pick. Is it a sign of confidence that they feel like they've got this in November, that they picked Vance? So I think we'll just have to see. But the campaign's really emphasizing that they want unity right now. We'll have to see how the speech turns out tomorrow. So I think that we'll have to, I think it's one of those moments where there's a lot of talk about unity, but will that actually be the case tomorrow? And how much does Trump talk about Biden and attack Biden, and what do those attacks look like? So,
how much does the speech matter? I mean, obviously tonight J.D. Vance has a chance to define himself, right? To lay out the message as well as introduce himself. But why are we so focused on the words Trump says tomorrow night, the tone Trump set tomorrow night? Because there have been so many times where people say, oh, Trump's now finally acting presidential. Oh, this is a moment of a pivot or a change. Why are we watching tomorrow night so closely?
I think there's the question of whether Saturday's attempted assassination really did change him. There's this question, and people who've talked to him said that he has felt spiritual after Saturday. And I think also a lot of the unifying message that we're seeing among the Republicans, or at least the image of unity that they'd like to project here, it comes from the fact that you had a near absolute tragedy on Saturday. So I think that is reason to keep an open mind and to see, like, did something as traumatic as an attempted assassination affect how he talks to the American people? Does he have more sympathy from voters? And do they see like a more human side to him in a way that's different than perhaps the Donald Trump they've seen of the last 8 years?
Let's go to Jorge Ribas. He's outside the Pfizer Forum right now. Jorge, in just a moment, we're going to hear from former Trump White House advisor Peter Navarro. He was released from prison this morning and has made his way to Milwaukee to talk here. Jorge, talk to us about how he wound up in jail and how people are feeling about him being here today.
Right, Libby. So he wound up in jail for contempt of Congress for not cooperating with a subpoena with the congressional investigation on January 6th. And he was in jail for 4 months. He's getting out and coming right to here. Now, January 6th is definitely something that you have not heard anything about while we've been here at the RNC. And so I asked a few delegates. I was walking around today and asked them about Navarro. And everyone I talked to a Virginia delegate, and he mentioned to me how he was actually excited to hear from Peter Navarro, mostly because he wanted to hear about his trade policies. He didn't want Navarro to talk too much about January 6th. He told me, the delegate told me that he thought the investigation had been too partisan, it had been too one-sided with the Democrats, that it wasn't fair to Navarro. I asked him, about the January 6th defendants. He just really did not want that to come up at the RNC. He didn't think that Peter Navarro needed to talk about it. I spoke to another delegate right outside the forum and from Texas, and she mentioned to me, she said things like, that I've heard a lot, and I covered January 6th, I was there, so I've heard a lot of these conspiracies coming out of it, that it was not Republicans that were involved in it, that it was Antifa, that sort of stuff that she echoed to me, that there had been bad actors, that she thought that Donald Trump should pardon the defendants that had been arrested because they hadn't done anything wrong. I talked to another delegate, though, who offered a more reasonable take on that, where he told me that he thought that Trump should pardon some of the defendants that had not been involved in the violent crimes, the people that had not assaulted police officers, but that he thought that the people that had done that stuff should, stay in prison and serve their term. But really, this was not something that the delegates that I talked to really thought anyone was going to talk about, that they didn't want Peter Navarro. They were happy that he was here. They were happy to see him come and be able to get to the RNC. They didn't think that he should dwell on the past, that he should talk about trade and about things that could help the administration in the future, but not dwell on what happened in the last election, and definitely not talk about January 6th. Libby.
All All right, thank you so much, Jorge. I mean, what a fascinating turn of events that Peter Navarro is speaking here tonight. Marianne, how closely is he still tied to Trump world?
I think he's still pretty closely tied to Trump. I mean, Trump doesn't talk about him, on the campaign trail, but I think he definitely still has very strong ties to Trump world. So it'll be interesting to see what he has to say tonight.
Yeah, and he's not going to say, I wouldn't talk about January 6th. He's not going to talk about January 6th. I do think maybe there will be some election denialism. I think he's going to frame it as he was persecuted, he was railroaded. He's going to say it was the Biden Justice Department, even though it was a lawful subpoena from the House that he didn't comply with. I think that's the way he's going to frame it, as persecution.
Let's go hear it right now. We'll talk about it on the back end, but a reminder, this is Peter Navarro, who just got out of jail today.
This is a beautiful thing. I think you folks just want to know if you can see my MAGA tattoo I got there. Yes, indeed. This morning I did walk out of a federal prison in Miami. Joe Biden and his Department of Injustice put me there. Tonight I'm here with you in this beautiful city of Milwaukee. I've got a very simple message for you. If they can come for me, and if they can come for Donald Trump, be careful, they will come for you. If we don't control our government, their government will control us. If we don't control all three branches of our government, legislative, executive, and judicial, their government will put some of us, like me and Steve Bannon, in prison and control the rest of us. Here's how it went. Here's how I got in prison. The legislative branch came for me first. Your favorite Democrat, Nancy Pelosi, created your favorite committee, the sham January 6th committee, which demanded that I violate executive privilege. What did I do? I refused. The J6 committee demanded that I betray Donald John Trump to save my own skin. I refused. Here's the thing about the Constitution. They demanded that I break the law because they have no respect for it. I refused. And a Democrat majority in the House then voted to hold me in contempt. All right, what happened next? The next jackboot to drop was the executive branch. Another one of your favorite Democrats, Democrat Attorney General Merrick Garland. There's a winner. him and Jack Smith, indicted and prosecuted me for criminal contempt of Congress. Now, here's what's weird about it. It's something that Democrat prosecutors refused to do against one of their own, including two guys with blood on their hands, Eric Holder and Alejandro Mayorkas, the great border czar, right? They've actually gotten people killed. For decades, the Department of Injustice right now, the Department of Justice policy stated, hear me out on this, if Congress slaps a subpoena on a senior White House advisor like me, the advisor's duty is to politely tell them to go pound sand. That's exactly what I did. So far we got two branches, legislative and executive. The judicial branch delivered the final blow. Just as, here's another favorite of yours, just as Democrat Judge Juan Marchand, you know this guy? Did to Donald John Trump in his Manhattan kangaroo court, another Democrat judge, a guy named Ahmed Maida, keep your eye on this guy, Ahmed Maida, Obama appointee, they stripped me of every possible defense, and then what? Just like in Manhattan with Donald Trump, they threw me to the wolves of an anti-Trump jury, and where? The D.C. swamp. They convicted me, they jailed me. Guess what? They did not break me. And they will never break Donald Trump. They will never break Donald Trump. All right, now here's the most important thing I'm going to tell you. You may be thinking this couldn't happen to you. Make no mistake, they're already coming for you. Joe and Kamala, they threw out the woke blue carpet across the Rio Grande, opened our borders to what? Murderers and rapists. When Donald Trump said it, thank you for saying that, when Donald Trump said murderers, rapists in 2016, they go, oh, racist, whatever. We read the papers. It's murderers and rapists. Murderers and rapists, drug cartels, human traffickers, terrorists, Chinese spies, and a whole army of illiterate illegal aliens stealing the jobs of black, brown, and blue-collar Americans. They put them right on your front doorstep. Now, here's another thing Joe Biden did. You got to love this. The green new scam. We're in the heart here in Milwaukee, around all this. This is where the auto industry, that new scam is destroying our industry, leaving us at the mercy of the battery factories in Shanghai and slave labor in the Congo. Biden inflation. You're going to hear a lot of this because it's so friggin' true. Biden inflation is coming after what's left of your savings and eating your wages. And the Democrats, here's the thing. I'm sitting in prison thinking about this. It just eats at me as the Democrats come for your kids. They're indoctrinating them with poisonous attitudes on race and gender. And here's the thing, when politics fails, the investigations and prosecutions begin. They did it to me. They're going to do it to Trump. But hear me out. They've also done it to Catholics, pro-life activists, and parents who are just standing up for the kids at school board meetings. This is a tale of two Americas, and you know it wasn't this way when Donald Trump was president. I remember the days I was there. In Trump's America, you were safe and our borders were secure. In Trump's America, you were more prosperous, and you didn't have to choose between what? Food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, and a roof over your head. And in Trump's America, you didn't have to worry about being locked up for disagreeing with the government. I went to prison so you won't have to. I am your wake-up call. All right, this is where I'm going to have fun now, because I'm going to leave you now with the last three words. The last three words my beautiful fiancé said when I left that morning for prison. They weren't, "I love you." That was a given. She simply said, "We got this. We got this." That's what bring my girl out now. That's what these lawfare jackals don't understand. When they put people like me in prison and fire figurative and now literal bullets at Donald Trump, they also assault our families. On Election Day, America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. Now, here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl. She did the time with me. That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let up. Pedal to the metal till November.
Peter Navarro getting the biggest reception of anybody tonight on the stage with his fiancée. He just got out of prison this morning, which accounts for some of the reason why they're so emotional up there. A reminder that he did not go to prison for the people in this room. He went to prison because he refused to comply with a subpoena for the January 6th Select Committee, and he's the first former White House aide ever imprisoned for contempt of a congressional subpoena. Let's go to Rich Matthews to tell us more about how Peter Navarro was received in this room. Rich.
Well, Libby, I rarely try to correct you, but I would say that that's the loudest reception, the largest reception that anyone has received this whole week. It was a long-standing ovation, and as you mentioned, understandably emotional in the room. I'll even say that Kari Lake was doing an interview with another broadcaster just down the way from us. It wrapped right before he came, but she stopped and stood right here and watched the entire speech and clapped along with the audience at important points. There have been a lot of moments in this convention, including, when Donald Trump made his first appearance after being shot, that brought the house down. But this was certainly something that was surreal, seeing someone who got out of prison this morning appearing on the stage of a national convention. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich. JM Rieger, let's go to you for more. JM?
Yeah, Libby, I mean, what was remarkable about that speech is we've been hearing for the past few days from Republicans about how they want to soften the tone. They want to kind of unify the party, but they want to unify the country. And we spoke last night during the broadcast how there were some examples throughout yesterday evening's broadcast of the tone and the rhetoric really getting heated. That notion kind of being thrown out the window. I think you can entirely toss it up, throw it out the window after that speech from Navarro. A couple things that he said. said that they're already coming for you, referring to the government, referring to Democrats, referred to the Manhattan court as a, quote, kangaroo court, said that Eric Holder and Alejandro Mayorkas have, quote, blood on their hands, said he went to prison so you don't have to, as you mentioned, Libby, referring to people in the audience, referred to Democrats as jackals. This is not the sort of unifying, tone-softening rhetoric that Republicans were saying this week was going to bring, that the country needed after that assassination attempt on former President Trump just 4 days ago. So a really remarkable turn here, and especially after the final few speakers last night tried to soften that tone a little bit, especially when we heard from Laura Trump at the end of the night, Libby. So we'll see if this plays out, but probably the fieriest speech, the speech with the most fire so far, right there from Peter Navarro.
Yeah, thanks so much, JM. You're watching live coverage in the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm with Rhonda Colvin, James Hohmann, and Marianne Levine. Hey, Marianne, we were talking earlier about why tone is important. Why are we watching Donald Trump's speech so closely tomorrow to listen for not just the content, but also the tone? But when you hear something like this, it reminds us why tone does matter.
Yeah, and I think one thing that really stuck out to me in hearing Peter Navarro is how much he's echoed Donald Trump's message of that the system is working against them, that Democrats are going after Republicans, using the Justice Department and using local prosecutors. And just to be clear, there's no evidence that there's coordination between the Biden administration and the Justice Department or with local law enforcement officials in these cases. But it is a message that Trump has really put out there of being persecuted. And I think one thing that'll be really interesting tomorrow will be to see how much does he portray himself as persecuted, as a martyr. I mean, of course, the attempted assassination does in some ways make Trump even more of a potential martyr to his base and to a lot of voters. And so does he use that message to unite the country, or does he use it to continue to blame Democrats for a lot of these legal cases he's facing? I think we don't know yet, but I think that's one thing I'm looking out for after hearing Peter Navarro and his speech.
Trump has had such a lucky streak of legal news, though, Rhonda, from getting the classified documents case tossed out. Now, that may get appealed because her justification is sort of hanging by a thread. But even his sentencing for the New York case in which he was convicted has been postponed. And there's so many questions just about how Jack Smith could proceed, the special counsel could proceed with the January 6th case in light of the Supreme Court ruling that Donald Trump has absolute immunity for acts taken in the office of the president. So how does that change sort of that rhetoric around the law and the lawfare?
Well, to the people in this arena and those who are supportive of the former president, this just adds to that sense that they feel that the justice system has been weaponized. We hear that on the Hill. We've heard it just from Navarro. That's a consistent theme, and they feel like they have evidence because of all the things you listed. The New York case, not having the sentencing and postponing it until September, if that even happens. The classified documents case earlier this week, we were covering that and how that is definitely on ice if that ever comes up again. So that just adds to sort of the rhetoric and the beliefs from a lot of people that he's been targeted, and now you see evidence because none of this came to fruition. I do want to add one note about the Peter Navarro, because I did cover the January 6th Select Committee, all of those meetings, and I followed the path of putting out those subpoenas to the people that they charged with contempt of Congress. So he faced 2 charges, went to prison for that. He also tried to get that case overturned by Chief Justice Roberts, and Roberts agreed that the lower courts had ruled appropriately and that Navarro should be in prison. That's Chief Justice John Roberts. So that's something we didn't hear in the speech. But again, it's also about what people even know. I almost wonder if people in the crowd even know what Peter Navarro went to prison for, or is he just, kind of jumbling it together in this whole rhetoric of us against them. So, that was a really chilling speech, especially when he said Pelosi. We heard the boos, and all the other names of people who are deemed villains, and then we know what sometimes those words where that leads. So yeah, chilling. That's the best word I have.
Not mentioned John Roberts, but he mentioned a lot of people by name: Alejandro Mayorkas and Eric Holder, as Marianne noted, but also Jack Smith, who got loud boos, Merrick Garland, Juan Merchan, the judge, and JM's right. I mean, it is at odds with the tone, but the thing that he said that a lot of other speakers have said is, they did this, did this. And he sort of is creating this amalgamation of all the other the justice system, the Congress, the White House. In a bunch of cases last night, the would-be assassin, which is sort of absurd, but trying to group them all together and say they're trying to do this to Trump. They tried to stop him. They tried to sue him. And
they tried to kill him.
They tried
right?
to kill
So
him.
it does pull all that together, right?
And one of the things Navarro said was their government is doing this, their government, and that's why we need our government. There is not their government or our government. There's government. And I think
That doesn't sound like unity.
It's a dangerous place to go.
But what is unity, though? Is unity like everybody get behind me and we're all unified behind me? Or is unity like everyone welcome in, we can all share a perspective together,
That's
right?
an I am your, that was an I am your retribution. Speech.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like when we talk about unity right now, I mean, a lot of it is unity of the Republican Party. And I think that obviously a lot of Republicans are saying right now, yes, we want it. This is a message to unite all Americans and to vote for Trump. But I think that I think Republicans are really leaning into the message that they are united right now, especially given what's going on the other side amid questions about whether Biden should be the nominee. So I think the question of unity, I think, is to ask is unity among who? I mean, it seems like Republicans are very united right now, in contrast to the Democrats. But does that mean that everyone is united as a country? Speeches like Peter Navarro's don't quite send that message. So,
if I could add, the irony of Peter Navarro is he's someone who is very much not of the old Republican Party. He was a Democrat until very recently, and what happened was Jared Kushner actually he searched on Amazon for like books about China and trade. Peter Navarro was a Democrat who had run for Congress unsuccessfully in San Diego and had almost won for mayor of San Diego in the 90s. And gets his book, and then he's like a protectionist and anti-trade with China, and that's how Navarro first gets into Trump's orbit, and then ends up being this loyalist who's trying to concoct all these schemes to stay in power after they lost the 2020 election. So it is reflective of kind of the universes. He's not someone who came up in the conservative movement. And that he's very much a Trumper in that sense.
And there's a reason why the January 6th committee wanted to talk to him and Steve Bannon, right? They held vital information that the committee thought could shed light onto Trump's state of mind, the TikTok of what happened behind closed doors and things like that. So.
Yeah, and he actually wrote in his book about the Green Bay sweep, which was a part of sort of the architecture of the fake elector scheme in Wisconsin and other places. He wrote about that. The January 6th committee wanted him to testify, give a deposition, as well as turn over documents, and those are the reasons that he was charged with contempt.
Well, let's bring JM Rieger into the conversation. JM is reporting for us back in Washington to talk more about this. JM.
Yeah, Libby, James was just touching on it. There was really like an othering of the federal government in that speech from Peter Navarro, but it's also been a theme that we've heard from other speakers when they talk about Donald Trump and how they are going after him, they being an other phrase there. And there's also been sort of an othering component to how we've heard migrants referred to throughout the first 3 nights so far of this convention. I also think, you juxtapose what Navarro was saying in that speech with what we heard from Sarah Huckabee Sanders last night and from Laura Trump last night. 2 women who tried to sort of put a human face, if you will, on the former president, talking about private conversations that they had with him, talking about what he's like in his personal life, with his kids, with his family, sort of trying to paint a different picture than the public figure that people are familiar with, that many Americans are familiar with. And, one Republican strategist yesterday sort of called this, this variety of speakers, this variety of tone that we're hearing, sort of the Baskin-Robbins variety of speakers, right? It's choose your flavor at the convention. And, if you want to listen to kind of Laura Trump's message, it puts a softer tone on to Trump. And if you want to listen to Navarro, that's really kind of a base play speech. But I think the fact that we're hearing this kind of draconian language thrown in about migrants, thrown in about the government, thrown in about Biden himself, thrown in about Democrats is really notable. And as I mentioned earlier, just a moment ago, I really think we've moved beyond this notion that the tone is softened at all 4 days after that assassination attempt. It feels like we've fully moved on from that moment.
Yeah, JM, we're back to the rhetoric of calling migrants murderers and rapists, and unapologetically so, doubling down on that.
Yeah, the fact that we're talking that way about this is one of the things that Trump was criticized right off the bat, and Republicans criticized him right off the bat when he announced his candidacy in 2015. Many folks will remember that kind of coming down the escalator speech, referring to migrants as rapists, as murderers. Some are good people, in Trump's words at the time. That is still, the fact that they're still talking about migrants that way, you know, shows sort of where at least they think the base of the party is, they being these Republican politicians speaking at the convention. The fact that they're talking about it in such a way. We know that immigration is a good issue for Republicans based on polling that we have. So it's not surprising to hear them criticize the Biden administration over its immigration policies and over the southern border. And this has been an issue that has been vexing for multiple administrations over decades now at this point. But talking about policy failures at the border is a far cry from sort of othering, sort of a character assassination, if you will, of all migrants who are coming into the country. It's a dramatic shift, and the fact also, by the way, that we're still talking about it when we have these kind of themes of each night, you know, the wealthy, the safety, the security. We expect to hear more about, as Rich was previewing earlier, kind of international affairs tonight, but we're still talking about immigration. Shows how much Republicans think that this is a winning issue for them in 2024.
Yeah, thank you, JM. James, it is a terrifying portrait of America if you lean into the sort of the scariest tones, right? And fear is mobilizing. Fear is activating. One of the videos they've been playing this week sort of makes Donald Trump seem like Batman. It's like this sort of cityscape, and they show up a big light, and then it beams up to Trump. So talk to us more about that and how that plays into this moment right after Trump was just part of an assassination attempt, and we're trying to hear this like softer tone, the humanizing, and yet there's that parallel pushback, that track of just really scary impressions and interpretations of what America is.
Trump's appeal is motivated at base on fear, that you want someone strong to respond to this scary time. It's what we saw in 2016. You know, with the it's a very explicit comparison of Trump to Batman, and we've seen with so many of the speakers them calling this providential. Sarah Huckabee Sanders last night said, "God is not done with Donald Trump." You're seeing speaker after speaker say that God had Trump turn his head. And so it is this. It's a cult of personality. If the party is built around Trump, it's not. It's not built on ideas or ideology. It's built on basically stopping change. I mean, I think it is a conservative party in that sense, which is like the world is changing. It's spinning out of control. We don't like it. We don't like all the change that's happening. And we want to reverse it. And that's what they are saying Trump's going to do.
And we'll see how J.D. Vance fits into that sort of ideology, but also what are the actual goals. I want to bring Jorge Ribas into the conversation. Jorge is walking all around today, and right now he's on the main concourse of the Fiserv Forum here at one of the many merch stores at the convention. Jorge, talk to us about what they're selling. We always see a lot of Republican merchandise, nominee merchandise at these conventions. What are you seeing here?
Right, so we're actually just outside the Fiserv Arena. We're over at the convention center, just like down a block from the Fiserv, and at one of the big merch stands here. And what's interesting is I've covered a lot of Trump rallies over the years, and there's always merch for sale outside of his rallies. And this RNC feels, just based on all of the stuff you see, it's very much Trump's party, obviously, right? But the merch stands is just selling Trump stuff. You might see a few pictures of Ronald Reagan or things like that, but it's all Trump. So here you see, for example, the golden Trump shoes. Behind me are a few T-shirts, and this kind of plays into some of the messaging we've been hearing, right? I talked to some of the vendors here who said that these shirts have been very popular. These "I'm voting for a felon." There's one T-shirt here that's in this kind of orange jumpsuit color here. That's really leaned in hard. Behind me, you also see the mugshot shirt. Now, when I covered one of his rallies in South Carolina last fall, this was right after the mugshot came out. You saw that mugshot T-shirt all over every merch store. You saw people buying tons of them. This became like the new thing that people were buying to wear in support of the former president. But one of the new things that we've talked to is the photo that has come out from Saturday's shooting and how this has become another sort of rallying cry for the party, for people here. So if you walk with me over here, you see in the distance this Fight, Fight shirt and the photo from that event, from the shooting, where he stands up and raises his fist. The vendors told me that they actually had ordered these shirts. They hadn't come in. People were asking for that. I saw a few people buying them today, talking to me about why. One woman told me that she was buying it for her grandson, who specifically asked for that shirt. Another woman bought it, said the imagery of him fighting, of him yelling that, spoke to her, and it's why she wanted to buy that shirt. But this really shows just how this party is fully Trump. Inside there is Trump Bibles for sale, the hats, obviously, that he's been selling. And what's different is from when I covered the RNC convention in 2016 in Cleveland, you saw Trump gear and merch for sale, but it wasn't fully this. You saw a lot of other Republican merchandise, a lot of emphasis on, the elephant and GOP, but you're really not seeing a lot of that out here. You're seeing this is very much Trump's party, and just by seeing all of the stuff here for sale, you can see that. Libby?
Thank you so much, Jorge. That fight really goes down in history, Rhonda, and we saw the crowd chanting it to Peter Navarro just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's sort of, now become a rallying cry. I don't think it will go away. And so much about Trump, really, since he's entered the political scene, has been something that people have gravitated to, think about the mugshots. When his mugshot was released, those were sold as, T-shirts and hot off the presses. People wanted that. So it is about that cult of personality that people do, people, and I know you both have experienced this, when you talk to Trump supporters and you ask them, about specific policies, many will tell you some things that they're concerned about. But a lot of people just say, oh, I just love him. I just love him. And it shows you that he has built this party around personality, and even down to the down ballot contenders as well, as if they are people who are like a Matt Gaetz. We talked about him earlier. People who become known on cable TV. People are gravitating to that, whether or not the person has a lot of policy to talk about.
Yeah,
I want to say right now the crowd is chanting "Build the Wall." They've been hearing from folks who live on the border, and this is the chant right now. In a few moments, we'll hear from Greg Abbott, who's the governor of Texas.
Yeah, so I've been listening to this speech. It's this couple that lives on the border, and a lot of migrants come through their property. They're talking about how it's an invasion. They repeatedly use the term invasion, and the crowd chanting "Build the Wall." And I do think, to your point, Rhonda, when people kind of say, what do you like about Trump? I think it's that he is a fight. That it's "Build the Wall" has always, I think, sort of been a stand-in for fighting change, resisting demographic change, trying to cling on to something
and keep
about
outsiders out.
Keep outsiders out. Yeah.
And big picture here, that's what possibly makes it so hard for the Democratic Party to run against a candidate like Donald Trump. When they are presenting policy and saying, we've done this, we've done that, when they're kind of like seeming like the kids that did the homework, but yet they are running up against a candidate who, just because of personality, just because of the way he's been able to brand the party, he has followers. That's hard to beat. That's hard to talk about policy.
When Peter Navarro was talking, he said the border surge has allowed black.
Let's pick that up after we hear from Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all very much. Come on, let's go. As governor of the largest border state, the great state of Texas,
I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border. America needs Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to secure our country. Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty. On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies. And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally. That's more than the entire population of Michigan. It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists. And the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas, raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies. To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states from securing our own borders. I deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor wire barriers. Give it up for our National Guard. They built those barriers to stop illegal crossings. When Joe Biden ordered to cut that razor wire, I ordered the National Guard to triple the razor wire on the border. When Biden took 50 acres of Texas border property to illegally process up to 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, I directed the Texas National Guard to take back our land and wire it shut. Now, there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is 1 illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C. And we have continued busing migrants to sanctuary cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon, because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the President of the United States of America. He will enforce the immigration laws. He will fight the Mexican drug cartels. And he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars. Or send them back. It is time to restore order at the border. It is time to rid our streets of crime and chaos. It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Let's go to Rich Matthews, who is a Texas-based reporter who often covers the border. Rich, react for us to what Governor Abbott had to say there.
Well, I mean, the first thing I'll do is just a quick fact check. He talked about thousands of crossings under Biden and then said one a day at that location. That location, very important caveat, because certainly those crossings have just moved. A lot of that Constantina wire, razor wire that he talked about, he has had to take down. But certainly Greg Abbott, his number one issue is the border. That speech was pretty much every speech I've heard from Greg Abbott the past 3 years. I have been down to the border with him. He's a vocal supporter of Trump and his border policies, and a very vocal critic of President Biden and his. And finally, I'd say again, that theme of murderers, rapists coming across the border, something Abbott often repeats in his speeches. Not surprising at all that he spoke here tonight. And what we really heard is just on message for Greg Abbott. Libby?
Thanks, Rich. Let's talk about the tone that continues to be set tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Greg Abbott is likely to be Donald Trump's DHS secretary. I've heard that he's interested in the job. I've heard that Trump is amenable to putting Greg Abbott as the Homeland Security Secretary. And he really, I mean, that entire speech was about immigration, this new chance, send them back. There are signs in the audience that really do say mass deportation now.
Like, just pause there for a moment. We are seeing signs in the audience that say mass deportation now.
That's right. And it actually polls well. I mean, that's the truth, is that I think like it's anathema to the left, and it kind of horrifies people, but more than 7 in 10 Americans disapprove of how Joe Biden has handled the border. They don't appreciate the efforts to get legislation. That they believe the border was much better under Trump, and that Biden has been really soft on asylum. I think those numbers are wildly exaggerated, 1 million people, but it's true that there has been a massive surge at the border, and Greg Abbott got some of the loudest cheers of his speech when he said that he's sending the buses. Ron DeSantis got some of the loudest cheers yesterday when he talked about flying the migrants to Martha's Vineyard, and it has been a massive burden on New York and Chicago and other big blue Washington, D.C., Democratic cities. So Republicans really are pressing their advantage on what they see as a big winning issue, especially in the border states.
And we have to just remember that Rhonda reminds us of there was an attempt by Democrats and some Republicans to pass legislation to deal with the border crisis earlier this year. Donald Trump single-handedly stopped it. He called around and said, don't vote for it, Republicans.
Right. Senator Langford, who is a Republican.
Very conservative, loyal Republican.
He, both Democratic negotiators in the Senate and Republicans got together, drafted something that both said was okay, and then Donald Trump called. He called House leaders and said, don't vote for it. And one of the reasons is because he wanted to make this an issue, keep it an issue, not try to fix it. And we see how it does mobilize the base. It does get them on their feet. And like you said, the signs that are being passed out right now, the platform that Trump released as well and has been talking about mass deportation. And to James's point, yes, this is an issue that is polling pretty high with people when they rank what issues they care about the most. And it does affect a lot of folks down at the southern border, but also other states. I know in Ohio, I've heard people say they're concerned about it because of the opioid crisis and the fentanyl coming over the border. That's what they believe is a problem for them. So you don't even have to be near the border to feel the issue. But as I previewed earlier in the show, campaign officials said tonight they are going to bring the border to everyone. And they're not done yet. There's more to come on this issue tonight. And, of course, Senator J.D. Vance is the speech I almost forgot that he would be speaking tonight. He's the key speaker. He has put forward a lot of legislation, introduced a lot of legislation that deals with sort of the cultural issues when it comes to the southern border. So I expect him to also tap into this, too.
Well, speaking of things where the Democrats are vulnerable, in a few moments we'll be hearing from the mayor of East Palestine. You'll remember that's where there was that terrible freight disaster, the rail disaster, and Joe Biden was really criticized for not going there right away and showing up. Tell us more about what the mayor's presence here signifies.
So it was a huge tell last week when we found out that the mayor was going to be speaking on Wednesday, that J.D. Vance would be the running mate, because this was actually a key moment in J.D. Vance sort of rising to the top of Trump's list. And also it was a key moment in Trump's comeback. Remember, right after the 2022 midterms, people were thinking Ron DeSantis, one of the Rupert Murdoch tabloids called him the future of the party. And Vance and Don Jr. convinced Trump to come to East Palestine just weeks after this tragedy where this train blew up. Fortunately, no one died. And Trump stopped at McDonald's and brought hamburgers to the emergency responders. And he looked like a president. And he got a ton of media coverage because Joe Biden hadn't gone. He hadn't really been aggressive about it. And so Trump filled that vacuum. And Trump was actually super grateful because he thought, wow, Vance has good political instincts. And Vance has asked very little of Trump, but one of the two big asks that he's made in the last year, one was endorse Bernie Moreno in the competitive Republican Senate primary, which Trump did. The second was Vance asked Trump to endorse his bipartisan bill with Sherrod Brown, a rail safety bill, and Trump did endorse it. Interestingly, when we talk about divisions in the Republican Party over business, Mitch McConnell has actually been, and Ted Cruz, who's the top Republican on the Commerce Committee, which has jurisdiction, they've been blocking the bill from coming to the floor because it would create a lot of costs for railroads. So Norfolk Southern agreed to a multi-$100 million settlement with the EPA. There was this report that came out from the NTSB. It said essentially that the wheel overheated on one of the train cars and that caused this derailment. So what the Vance-Brown legislation would do is require more sensors along the way so that you would know sooner if the wheels were overheating. It's fascinating because Sherrod Brown sees it as a way to get reelected. You know, that he's working with Republicans. J.D. Vance sees it as a way to show he's bipartisan and populist, yet it hasn't come up for a vote.
Yeah, and it's been... Sorry, we got to go now to the mayor of East Palestine. You just heard him introduce Mayor Trent Conaway. After that, we'll hear from Governor Doug Burgum, so stay tuned.
Good evening. February 3rd, 2023 began like any other Midwestern day, but in a heartbeat, everything changed. I'm Trent Conaway, the proud mayor of East Palestine, Ohio. When the train derailed, spewing flames and toxic chemicals to our town, faced a disaster unlike we'd ever seen. And in the chaos, we witnessed a clear contrast between leadership and incompetence. Our first responders didn't hesitate. They raced to the scene, they battled the flames, and evacuated our citizens. And for that, I want to thank every one of them tonight. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's federal response was much different. and it consisted almost entirely of meetings and press events. They talked and talked, but they delivered little help. Then there was the clear difference between former President Trump and President Biden. For the longest time, the White House was silent, and we never heard a word from Vice President Harris. I guess we weren't their type of folks. No Hollywood elites or Wall Street billionaires live in East Palestine, just hardworking Americans. But Donald Trump cared. First, he called to ask permission to visit, not wanting to intrude, and then he asked how he could help. When he arrived with fresh pallets of drinking water, he met with everyone, from first responders to local officials and residents. He toured the derailment site. He listened to us, and he shared a meal with volunteers at a local McDonald's. His presence was genuine. His concern was real. After a year of criticism, President Biden finally did show up. His appearance was brief, forced, and scripted. He met with a select few and then left. We needed so much, and he delivered so little. I know a thing or two about train wrecks now, and let me tell you, that's what the Biden administration has been. Before President Biden derails our entire nation, we need to act. We need a leader who values small-town communities as much as big cities. We need a president who loves all Americans. We need Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum.
Hello, Milwaukee. And hello, North Dakota. Feels good to be here. The last time I was in Milwaukee, in this building, standing behind a podium, was for the debate, and I stood on one leg for 2 hours. You guys might remember I blew my Achilles the day before. But to kick things off, I have a question for you, and I need your help answering so nice and so loud that everyone at home can hear you. Are you ready? Who will make America energy dominant? Again, who will make America energy dominant? Well, that's pretty good, but it's after 4 p.m. in D.C., so how about one more time loud enough to wake up Joe Biden? Who will make America energy dominant? That's right, because when President Trump unleashes American energy, we unleash American prosperity, and we ensure our national security. Serving as a governor with President Trump was like having a beautiful breeze at our back. He cut taxes and he cut red tape. Serving as a governor under Joe Biden has been like a gale force wind in our face. Biden's war on energy hurts every American because the cost of energy is in everything we use or touch every day. Biden's red tape has raised the price of the gas in your car, the cost of food on your table, the clothes on your back, and it's even raised your rent. Biden's green agenda feels like it was written by China, Russia, and Iran. Let's look at Biden's EV mandates. Where do nearly all the batteries and rare earth minerals come from? China, you know. And the day that Biden halted permits for clean U.S. natural gas export facilities, just think about the party they must have thrown that night at the Kremlin. Because Biden's policies are making Russia and Iran filthy rich. And they're using that money to fund wars and terrorism against our allies. At home, Biden is acting like a dictator. He's using mandates to shut down reliable baseload electricity. That's why your electric bills have soared upwards as our nation's electric grid reliability spirals downward. 4 more years of Joe will usher an era of Biden brownouts and blackouts. Imagine no electricity for your fridge, your lights, or air conditioning. President Trump will ensure that there is power for you, and importantly, that we have the power as the United States to beat China in the AI arms race. Unleashing American energy dominance is our path back to prosperity and peace through strength. Teddy Roosevelt encouraged America to speak softly and carry a big stick. Energy dominance will be the big stick that President Trump will carry. Yes, President Trump will make sure that America is selling energy to our allies versus buying it from our adversaries. Innovation has always been the source of American greatness, and President Trump champions innovation over regulation. Last year, over that whole year, my wife Catherine and I traveled all across America. As all of you know, it's rural America that feeds the world, that fuels the world, and defends the world. Small towns with a huge impact, and rural America is Trump country. In North Dakota, we know one thing for sure because we've seen him do it, and that's that the hardest working president in American history is Donald J. Trump. President Trump cares deeply about every American, rig workers, truck drivers, roughnecks, and yes, America's great farmers and ranchers. President Trump cares deeply about you. We know that he'll fight for us, he'll fight for our families, and we know one more thing. He'll let all of you keep driving your gas-powered cars. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again. And when President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance together, they will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former counselor to President Donald J. Trump, Kellyanne Conway.
Good evening, Patriots. 8 years ago, Donald Trump shocked the system and defied the doubters to become the 45th president of the United States. He didn't want fortune or fame, power and position. He already had all of that. Donald Trump and his family made enormous sacrifices to run and to serve as president. He didn't need to do it. He wanted to do it. My relationship with Mr. Trump was forged under fire in a foxhole in 2016 after he asked me to be his campaign manager. We had no idea that he was making history as the first successful presidential nominee ever to tap a woman to lead a campaign. But that was a natural for Donald J. Trump. He had elevated women in New York real estate decades before when few people would. One morning, I was in an early senior staff meeting in the White House. And as I glanced around the table, something caught my eye. In that meeting were Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Mercedes Schlapp, Brooke Rollins, Ivanka Trump, and me. I soon realized that among us, we have 19 children. At the time, ages 2 through 16. Show me a C-suite in America where 5 working moms of 19 young children could have the highest rank in the company and work alongside the president. In the Trump White House, we lived it. Sure, he saw something in me and the other working moms that perhaps we did not see in ourselves. But more importantly, he sees what's best and what's possible for millions of decent, hardworking Americans. Now, 8 years later, he and his family have made the sacrifice again for him to run and serve as president. Donald Trump could be the envy of former presidents. He's a billionaire who could play golf every day at his own golf courses. He can enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children, his 10 amazing grandchildren, and that extraordinary, elegant, beautiful, brilliant wife. The former and future First Lady, Melania Trump. He does not need to do this, but we need him to do this. How often do we hear, "I want Trump's policies without Trump's personality"? Well, good luck with that. We don't get those policies without that personality. Taking out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, ending the ISIS caliphate, recalibrating trade deals, restoring sanity, growth, and fairness in our economy, making our southern border more secure and sovereign, supporting school choice, protecting life, respecting workers, backing our blue, our military, and our border patrol. You get that through strength and toughness. Weakness emboldens our adversaries, enables failure, and empowers evil. The answer to weakness is strength. The antidote to division is unity. And the alternative to failure and incompetence, to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, is to send them packing and send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House. If you know someone who is skeptical about the Republican Party or who is cynical about politics, don't dismiss them. Talk to them. We win through addition, not division. In Donald Trump's Republican Party, everyone is welcome. Yes. We have been called deplorable, irredeemable, mega-MAGA extremists, and worse. But Donald Trump sees you for who you are. You love your God, you love your family, and you love your country. In 2024, there should be no more hidden, undercover Trump voters. It's time to put that flag on your front porch, that red hat on your head, because we don't cave and we don't cower and we do not capitulate. Instead, we get up, we show up, we stand up, and we speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your movement. This is your moment. And this is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and wins. He has stood by me, and he will always stand up for you. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
That's Kellyanne Conway saying there's room for everybody in this tent. But, JM, we've also heard a real fire and brimstone approach from prior speakers who did not sound inviting or accepting of people who did not share their belief system. Tell us more about how women are factoring in and the messaging is factoring in this week.
We've now heard in the last 24 hours 4 different women, Nikki Haley, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Laura Trump, and now Kellyanne Conway, try to put sort of a softer tone, a softer image on to former President Trump. And while Haley was trying to sort of bridge the divide of kind of the Haley primary voters who were not voting, not voting for Trump, so to a degree dissatisfied with Trump, that would suggest. We heard Conway in that speech just now even try and bridge the divide further, telling folks to not be hidden Trump voters. You've heard kind of rhetoric over the last 6-8 years of the silent Trump voter, if you will. She said, quote, "We don't get these policies without that personality," trying to bridge that divide, saying that Trump's personality, the brashness that sometimes people attribute to him, is necessary to accomplish the things that they want to accomplish. Referred to working moms, referred to children, talked about the sacrifices that Trump has made one of the few references we've heard so far this convention, maybe the only reference to Trump's wife, Melania, and referred to her role managing the successful 2016 campaign for Trump. But all of this is important, Libby, because we know that Trump, A, has a ceiling issue. He's never gotten above 47% in the national popular vote in either 2020 or in 2016. We also know that this Republican ticket has an issue with suburban voters and with women voters. Trump himself has said that the anti-abortion stances of some Republicans running in 2022 hurt Republicans that year and prevented that red wave that folks had heard about. So this sort of using folks like Conway, Laura Trump, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Nikki Haley in this way is the Republican Party trying to bridge that divide, trying to bring those women voters in to the party, especially because Vance is someone, as we've talked about kind of at length at this point, is someone who's more of a base play, trying to play to those rural voters in those blue wall states. These speakers are trying to play to maybe more suburban voters, maybe more women voters out there who the Trump campaign's trying to bring in and get rid of that ceiling issue that Trump has.
Thanks so much, JM. I want to welcome White House reporter Tyler Pager to the conversation. Hi, Tyler. Hang with us for a moment. I have a lot of questions for you. But first, I just want to hear James's and Rhonda's thoughts on hearing Kellyanne Conway try to give that personal testimony to Donald Trump. And James said they're repeatedly using women to do that. We may hear some other family members try to do that as the days go on here. But why the women, and are they succeeding in making Trump look gentler and more welcoming?
Yeah, I can think of a lot of suburban women I know who don't, as Kellyanne Conway said, don't like Trump's personality but do like his policies. She was speaking directly to those people who voted for Mitt Romney and Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, by saying, yeah, you don't get those policies without that personality. I think there's a lot of people who would beg to differ with that, but this is all part of the overall effort to sandblast Donald Trump's rough edges, to make him seem welcoming. We saw a lot of that in 2016, too, where they were like, Donald Trump has all these women who are in senior roles in the Trump organization, et cetera. And tonight, you heard Kellyanne Conway say, I looked around this table at the staff meeting, and there were all these women who were working moms. I do think that message has appeal, and I think it's also interesting that she's trying to create a permission structure. We've heard this from other speakers. That she said, I hope 2024 is the end of the hidden Trump voter. There are a lot of hidden Trump voters. Even now, it remains true that Trump does better in online polls and auto polls than live phone polls. If someone calls you and says, do you support Trump or Biden? People are more likely to say they support Trump. So she's trying to say, look, it's okay, put that sign out, put the MAGA hat on, it's okay.
Rhonda, We're hearing everything happening here at the convention, but a lot of people will consume this in chunks, right? They'll just hear isolated moments. And if you string together those women, from Lara Trump to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who worked for him, to Kellyanne Conway, who also worked for him, you do hear a come on in, the water's warm kind of vibe. You don't hear the speech an hour before, or even 15 minutes before, railing about murderers and rapists. So the question, I guess, will be, how do these messages get consumed by people and who really hears them?
That's right. And I think I talked about this earlier in the week about audience tuning. I think both parties, but specifically the Republican Party, knows how to make messaging for the groups that they want to talk to. So yes, this was a message for suburban women, who are going to be an important bloc and always are. It's also a messaging to those who are just uncomfortable with a lot of the rhetoric. We've all talked to voters who say, I'm just tired of how partisan everything is, how difficult it is to, hear politicians talk about each other. They're also speaking to that part too. So it does feel a little bit like we are riding a little bit of a wave this week, where we are hearing, an hour ago, we're hearing some very angry words from Peter Navarro, and then we're hearing from Kellyanne Conway that everything's good, come on into the party, we're inclusive. So which voices are going to win out, I don't know, but they are targeting people. This is almost a version of micro-targeting.
Yeah. Tyler, welcome.
Thank you.
I hear Joe Biden has COVID.
It is a remarkable moment for me, particularly, to be sitting in this convention hall, because the state of disarray in the Democratic Party right now is at a level I haven't seen in years. And to be here with all of these cheering, united Republicans, all on board for Trump's third run and his bid for a second term, is just such a dramatic split screen to what we're seeing in Washington. Our colleague Michael Shearer and I just broke a story about what Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries said privately to Biden in their meetings over the last few days, where they said, look, we're worried that your continued candidacy threatens our ability to hold either chamber of Congress. And that is significant, because they are the leaders of the party, but also it just shows where this is going. We saw Congressman Schiff call today for Biden to drop out. It is just, really rapidly each day, it feels like more data points that just show the party breaking at the seams. And it's just such a dramatic contrast to what we're seeing behind us here in the convention hall.
Yeah, even though we're talking about different messaging coming from Republicans, they are all united in their message to clearly elect Donald Trump for another term. There's no dissension. There's no shouting from groups like we might have seen in 2016. I mean, this is a unified group. I do want to so the latest reporting we have on Joe Biden's health, because he's had a very no good, awful, terrible day. There's like a children's book along these lines. And Joe Biden has had the awful, no good, terrible, bad day, week, month. He's okay. He has mild symptoms, but this does curtail what he can do, where he can go, his ability to campaign or do TV interviews.
Absolutely. He's on his way back from Las Vegas to Rehoboth Beach, where he has a vacation home, and he's expected to quarantine there. We saw an image of him getting out of the motorcade, boarding Air Force One. He was not wearing a mask, but said he was feeling okay. And so we'll see what that means, how long he stays in.
And he's taking Paxlovid, and he's
but he has a really busy stretch ahead of him. He's supposed to do a fundraising swing on the West Coast later next week. He was supposed to reschedule his trip to Austin, Texas. That was supposed to be on Monday. There's other travel next week. It's likely none of that is going to happen. And you're right, he needed this moment to try to recapture some of the energy he's lost over the several weeks since the debate. And usually coming out of a Republican convention is a crucial time for the leader of the party, the top of the ticket, to be able to push back against some of this message, some of this unity, and present a different vision. And it seems he is not going to be in position to be that leader that I think a lot of Democrats want to hear from at a moment when they're just coming out of this 4-day celebration of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Tell us more about your reporting of what the Democratic leaders in the House and Senate are telling Joe Biden, and how much. I mean, there's been a real question about whose ear who is in Biden's ear? Like, who is he listening to? And who even has access to him? So how have they reached out to him and communicated?
Yeah, so Hakeem Jeffries had a meeting with Biden on Thursday night at the White House. On Saturday, Chuck Schumer had a meeting with Joe Biden in his beach house in Rehoboth. Those meetings, we knew that they occurred. Both leaders put out very terse statements, basically just acknowledging that they occurred, but we didn't know what they said. Michael and I are reporting that what they said is that your continued candidacy threatens our ability to win control of the House and keep control of the Senate. The Senate one is interesting because really the only path for the Democrats to hold the Senate is for Joe Biden to win the presidency and break what would be a 50-50 tie, because Joe Manchin's not running for Senate. But Democrats are very pessimistic about their ability to do that just because there's so many incumbent senators running for re-election, Democratic senators in red states. And when you look at the House, that was the pathway that they felt much better about. If Trump won and they lost the Senate, they felt the House would be the bulwark against a Republican trifecta. Hakeem Jeffries, his members are very concerned about their path forward with Joe Biden at the top of the ticket.
JM Rieger, can you tell us more about how Democrats are moving forward with Joe Biden right now as the presumptive nominee? We're marching along to the Democratic Convention, which is still quite a few weeks away, but there's a mechanism in place by which Democrats would have to select their nominee sooner than when the convention kicks off in mid-August. Explain to us how this is working and what's the rush?
I'm going to take us back to late May for a moment, Libby, for our viewers. There was debate at the time. There was an Ohio law in the books that said that if the candidate was not nominated at their convention 90 days plus before Election Day, then their name would not appear on the Ohio ballot. Ohio at the time in late May had not passed an extension for Biden because their convention is less than 90 days before the November election. Democrats at the time decided that they would move up the nomination, the formal nomination of Biden as the nominee, via a virtual roll call. So they decided in late May, and then their whole membership of the DNC approved it in June, that they would do this virtual roll call in early August. Ohio passed this law in this extension in late May. The Ohio Secretary of State, the Ohio Governor have both said now that a virtual roll call is not needed because the deadline is now September 1st, which would be after the Democratic Convention for Biden's name to get on the ballot. There was fear this week from Democrats, though, because there were rumblings that the DNC would hold a virtual roll call and nominate Biden as early as this weekend. The DNC has since backed off that, said that this virtual roll call would occur in early August. Still, they say that the DNC has said that they can't trust Ohio Republicans. And I'll just note, Libby, that this extension happened for both Barack Obama in 2012 and for Donald Trump in 2020, because the incumbent party's convention traditionally comes later, comes after the party that's out of power's convention. So that's how we got into this scenario here. But we have Democrats saying that they don't even want this virtual roll call nomination to occur because they want to kind of keep the conversation open, keep the discussion going in terms of whether Democrats need to replace President Biden atop the ticket before the November election.
Wow. I mean, there just seems like such a power struggle happening right now among Democrats. Rhonda, what is the crucial moment here? Is it the next week? Is it the next 2 weeks? Is it the convention itself? Do we even know yet? What's the hinge point for Biden and his prospects?
We don't know. I would say probably the week before the convention, the DNC, will be pretty important if this isn't all squared away. I'll also add, this does add a bit of a logistical edge to the Trump campaign, because we know that J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris have spoken by phone, but they have not yet agreed to a debate. And to debate before the DNC. And one of the things that the Trump campaign said is that they don't know who the Democrats are running, which may make sense to a lot of people. So, again, this is something that the Democrats are just going to have to figure out, but there isn't a lot of time.
All right, we are watching to see what's happening on the floor. In just a few minutes, Kimberly Guilfoyle will speak, and then, of course, tonight it all culminates in J.D. Vance speaking. He'll be introduced by his wife. What is the messaging that Democrats are going to try to go after J.D. Vance on?
Yeah, one of the big things they're going to go on is abortion. That's an issue that animated Democrats in the 2022 midterms, and something that they feel that J.D. Vance has a record on, that they can really attack him and paint him as out of touch with not just, Democrats and Democratic-leaning voters, but a broader swath of Americans who the Biden campaign will argue do not support the types of restrictions J.D. Vance has supported or said he would support in previous comments. So a lot of the Biden campaign messaging is around his policy, his positions on abortion, which is, an interesting dynamic, as we were just talking about earlier. Kellyanne Conway, some of these other prominent women in the Trump orbit trying to make overtures to female voters, people that may not be so comfortable with Trump, his personality, but like his policy. The Biden campaign is really going to try to paint J.D. Vance as out of touch with not just Democratic women, but a broad swath of American women who are uncomfortable by serious restrictions on abortion.
Tyler, what words do you use right now to describe the Democratic Party? I mean, there was like the headline forever, and forever meaning like the last couple of years, Republicans in disarray, right? And now it's almost like it's like a meme, right? Democrats in disarray. What words do you use to describe the situation right now?
Yeah, there's a sense of despondency and despair. I've been texting with people as we're sitting here, people just saying, I can't believe this, what's happening, why? Schumer and Jeffries and Pelosi and Obama, they're all concerned. Why is there nothing working to get to Biden, who remains, by all accounts, extremely defiant at the prospect of stepping aside, and increasing fears about the shrinking circle around him. We've written about all of these trends, and Democrats just keep building. Each day there's one or two more lawmakers that call for him to step aside, and it doesn't seem like any of those strategies are working. We see more polls that show that he's trailing in key battleground states. So there's just a sense of frustration, despondency about the real prospect that he is not going to step aside. And not only is Trump going to win, but Republicans will take control of the Senate and keep control of the House.
Today, James, there was a shift in what Biden's been saying. He's been saying it's up to the Lord Almighty about whether or not he would step down. The answer is no. But now he's saying if a doctor told him there was a medical reason, I'm paraphrasing.
Yes, that's right. In an interview with BET, he said, if a doctor says I'm not up for it, I won't run. And this was before he was diagnosed with COVID. And he is sort of moving the goalposts. There's also some indication that maybe, certainly with Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer going to him, that he's opening the door. The campaign, we know, had been polling on how Kamala Harris would do head-to-head against Trump. And it is really striking that the Republicans have decided strategically they don't want J.D. Vance debating Kamala Harris before the convention, because I think that one Republican said that if Vance wiped the floor with Kamala Harris, then she wouldn't be the nominee if Biden wasn't the nominee. And you heard them tonight saying Harris-Biden a lot more than they even did the first night. And I think that Republicans are concerned about the kind of the uncertainty of it being someone besides Biden or Harris. They've spent the whole week attacking Biden-Harris. And so I think that they don't want to knock her out too soon, in their view.
Oh. Okay, so President Trump has entered the Pfizer Forum. He was just introduced from the podium, and now you can see him walking in. It really does have like a WWE sort of vibe to it, doesn't it, with him coming in through the curtain?
UFC.
He's coming into the music. This is a man's world. So we're watching the crowd cheer for him here. This is a Republican Party that is entirely unified behind that man, Donald Trump.
It seems as if the applause and the yells keep getting louder every day of this RNC, that their enthusiasm is not taking a break.
And we're seeing more people, I think, tonight, too.
Yeah. Definitely.
When in the top level here, Trump has just gotten to the top of the stairs, so people are screaming. There are physically just a lot more people here than there were last night. The third level of the arena last night was about a quarter full. Tonight it is completely full. A lot more people and a lot more energy, a lot more noise in the arena, and Trump's relishing it. And in the box that he's about to go sit in, is Marco Rubio, also Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, who spoke earlier in the week, and Don Jr. In the second row is Speaker Mike Johnson, Nancy Mace, the congresswoman from South Carolina, who spoke earlier this evening, and Trump is coming, I guess, for the final 2 hours of programming. Monday night he just came for the final hour. Last night we had reporting that Trump came earlier than he had originally planned because he really wanted to see Nikki Haley's and Ron DeSantis' speech endorsing him. Tonight he's come, and we'll watch his pick to be his vice president. There he is shaking Glenn Youngkin's hand, who's standing next to him.
We're also going to be watching for Donald Trump's energy tonight.
Totally.
He seemed to really flag last night and lose energy as the night went on.
It's also interesting, I mean, this might be a pop culture thing, but the choice of this song, to walk out to this song and the lyrics.
It's all intentional.
Right, his wife is not next to him, that's part of the lyrics, is this man's world, but it wouldn't be, without a woman. His wife is not with, I don't know what the meaning of walking out to that song is, but it is an interesting choice.
So that was It's a Man's World by Luciano Pavarotti and James Brown. And this is all intentional. It's like people get a walk-on song, like in baseball, right? And we know that Trump has his favorite songs, but they picked this song to have him come out to. Let's go hear Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's now on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump. We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends. And most importantly, he will always put America first. After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap. But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump. tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe. It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom. In our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned, as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men. Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice. Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history, and respect our American flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump. And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America. stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina. I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. Victory is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
Kimberly Guilfoyle, I just heard somebody yelling behind me, the best is yet to come, an echo of her 2020 speech, where she sort of woke everybody up during a sleepy COVID year with a rousing speech. She's trying to do it yet again. This is Washington Post coverage of the Republican National Convention. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's outserved the Fiserv Forum with a delegate. Jorge.
Yeah, Libby. So I'm here with Shelby Bush from Arizona, and Shelby and I were talking earlier just about some of the language, some of what's come up in speeches regarding immigration. And Shelby, I wanted to get your take on just how have you felt that messaging has been so far during this convention, specifically about, you live in Arizona, specifically around immigration.
So it's been coming up a lot, and I think there's a lot of mixed feelings out there about some of the messaging, like the mass deportation and various things. But I think most of that isn't the message itself. It's how it's being spun or how it resonates with people that don't understand the heart behind it. So.
Tell me a little bit about your experience. I mean, we were talking a little bit about you know, the community that you live in, and then what you felt. I mean, you said that there was a picture taken, and that sign, the mass deportation sign, was near you, and you didn't feel great about that. But like, tell me a little bit about sort of what your own kind of lived experience in Arizona.
Absolutely. So I live in a predominantly minority community. I'm actually one of a handful of white families in that community. And, you know, a lot of the kids that grew up with my kids were dreamers. I coached them in baseball. And so I have a real heart for the minority community and the people in it. And we're very close to our neighbors. I think when people think about Republicans calling for mass deportation, they feel like we're calling for like their grandmas and their kids and, you know, their loved ones to be deported. And really what it's about is we have to secure our border and know who's here. And then we have to start mass deporting those that should not be here, meaning the criminals and the criminal refugees. There's a lot of people with criminal records in their home countries that are coming across our border and bringing that crime. And right now, our kids are dying. We had a 1-year-old overdose on fentanyl in our very own neighborhood. Kids are dying at an unbelievable rate. My kids have all lost friends from fentanyl, right? So we have to get the people in the cartels and the coyotes that are human trafficking out of the country, and we need to do it fast for the security, not only economically of this country, but the security of our safety. And it doesn't mean we're going to deport grandma, and I think it makes me uncomfortable because that message isn't being conveyed by the media.
Do you? But signs that say that. I mean, that is a very rough message, and some of the messaging was earlier tonight. Trump's former trade advisor, Peter Navarro, talking about how illiterate illegals were taking jobs from Americans. I mean, do you think that messaging resonates with you, with people here, or do you think it's too harsh? I mean, do you think saying with signs like mass deportation, I could see why people would get nervous thinking, oh my God, they're going to deport my grandma. They're going to, I mean, is that the best type of messaging if you wanted to make it, I guess, more compassionate?
Well, I don't think that it's an uncompassionate message. I just think it's not a clearly laid out message, right? I think we need to elaborate on what the plan is. One of the conversations we had before this interview is, what does that look like, right? How do we do it? And I think we need to, instead of talking about the fact that it needs to be done, we need to start messaging how we intend to do it and what that's really going to look like, so that people at home don't feel threatened by that or misunderstand the heart or the intent behind it. People need to know, what does that policy look like? What does a mass deportation look like, right? What does it look like to secure our borders? And I think we need to start pulling away from the phrasing and the one-liners, and we have to start having a broader and more open conversation.
Who would you like to see deliver some of that messaging you're talking about? I mean, the vice president, the pick for the vice president, J.D. Vance, is speaking tonight. Donald Trump, obviously, speaking tomorrow. Do you think they should be the ones that kind of dive into what you're talking about?
Absolutely. Look, I think it starts with the president. I think he's shown that he's a man of compassion. Many people see that. I know a lot of the minorities in our community are starting to see his love for America, and he truly loves American citizens. So I would like to see him elaborate on what this looks like, right? What does that plan of mass deportation look like, and what does he intend to do when he secures the border? I think people will understand that, and I think they will actually support that and appreciate it. So I can't wait. I think once this nomination is finally accepted by the president and we move out of this convention, we're going to hear that. But I also think it's important that local leaders in the states start really talking about the messaging more and helping citizens in the community, specifically in the minority communities, understand the heart behind the Republican message, and that it's about securing our border and making sure our people are safe. It's not a racist message at all, and it's not a message that we don't want immigrants in this country. My parents were Italian, my grandparents were Italian immigrants, first generation, and every Republican I know loves immigrants. We love immigrants because they came here because they chose to, because they love America. So I really think we need to start expressing that in better terms.
But is part of that messaging creating a path for some of the immigrants that have come here already? Mm-hmm. So you were talking about the criminals and the people that you want to get out, but what about people that have come here looking for a better life for their families?
Well, I think the first thing is we got to hope that they came here legally, right? Because there's more abuse that happens to illegal immigrants in this country than people realize. Illegal immigration does not help the immigrant because they're underpaid, they're underappreciated. Oftentimes they have no help when there's labor problems. And we need to know they're here legally. So I think if they're a legal immigrant here, then they understand that. It's the illegal immigrants that came here that maybe they're not criminals, right? They're not pushing fentanyl or trafficking kids. What do we do with them, and how do we address that? And I think those are the conversations we need to start having, and people need to start sharing at the dinner table.
Shelby, thanks so much. Libby, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Jorge. Rhonda, this message that Shelby, this Arizonan, was talking about is a little bit more nuanced, is a little more inclusive, it's a little more unifying. It is not, though, what we're seeing the signs waving on the floor. I mean, this is not the media misinterpreting it. They have signs everywhere calling for mass deportation.
Right.
So how does the party or the party leaders include someone like Shelby and her maybe more nuanced desires of what they want to see from the Trump-Vance campaign?
That's probably one of the criticisms that I've heard from voters, specifically that small sliver voter who has not really made up their mind, isn't really enthused about this election. They want to hear more. And I was really struck that, I believe her name was Shelby, I was struck with one of the things she said. She's like, we need to stay away from the one-liners, and we need to fill in the blanks and say, what is our policy? And I have heard that from voters. I think what the difference is yes, we are in the middle of a very enthusiastic crowd, a crowd that believes that they will take the White House and the entire Capitol. But is that the same feeling from Americans, Republicans outside of this arena? That's the question as reporters that, I'm really interested in seeing in the next few weeks. Is the enthusiasm here also translating outside? Usually delegates are the most enthusiastic folks in their state parties. These are not newcomers to politics. This is a pep rally for them. So I think really the story about if the message about deportation or any of the other policies that Trump plans to put forward, if those messages are fleshed out a little bit so that people can see what exactly is it that he's going to do.
Bring Maeve Reston into the conversation, national political reporter. Thank you so much for joining us, Maeve. What are you listening for in J.D. Vance's speech tonight? And we've been talking a lot about what sort of tone and message we're anticipating from Donald Trump tomorrow.
I think it's so interesting because this is a moment of the campaign where the Trump campaign is just so confident. They think that the map is expanding. They're talking about Virginia and Minnesota. They see, President Biden's campaign, his numbers really sinking in terms of voter confidence and his ability to do the job. And so we were looking at this convention as an opportunity for Trump and now J.D. Vance to really broaden the appeal. And we saw that the last two nights, that really has not been the focus tonight. It's been a lot of, the MAGA faithful who've been up speaking. And, it's been a real moment when they're getting the base voters fired up. And so they may be in a position now where they don't have to do as much reaching out. If they can just fire up their people, make this election about turnout, which is what they always said that it would be about. But, J.D. Vance has been so closely aligned with Trump the last couple of years that we haven't really seen any way in which he has reached out to a broader audience. Donald Trump has been talking about how he's just going to drop him off in Pennsylvania and get him to really fire up, a lot of these populist voters. So I'm interested to see tonight whether he extends like any kind of olive branch beyond what we've seen in the past. And, you just think about the other people that are up in Trump's box right now. It's Marco Rubio, Glenn Youngkin, two people who have done a lot more to try to make the party have a bigger tent. And so it'll be interesting to see whether Vance tries to thread that needle at all tonight.
Just such an important observation, who he's sitting with and who literally is by his side right now. I want to bring in Rich Matthews to talk a little bit more about some of the traditional members of the Republican Party and how they're feeling about this very MAGA convention. Rich?
This convention, it's well produced. It's loud, energetic, patriotic. There are a lot of smiles on the faces of delegates. It's clear Donald Trump, as you mentioned earlier, is in control of this room. He's in control of the party. But that doesn't mean there are smiles all throughout the party. If you think about who's not here, George W. Bush, we talked about earlier, Liz Cheney, former rep, very powerful in the party establishment. And, of course, Mike Pence. Mike Pence, Donald Trump's own vice president, not here, not speaking. Obviously, those two had a huge rift, but those wounds have not been healed yet. And then take a look at this video taken just earlier today while other Republicans were out on stage walking through their speeches, preparing to speak tonight. Asa Hutchinson, the former governor of Arkansas and one of the Republicans who ran against Donald Trump, was sitting in a dark, closed-off section of the arena, just taking it all in. As you can see, Hutchinson was sitting completely alone, but he says he's not alone. He says others in the party feel the same way he does. They don't want 4 more years of Joe Biden, but aren't sure they want 4 more of Donald Trump either.
I've been a loyal Republican all my adult life, and I've worked in the trenches for the party. I love what we've accomplished together, and I want to vote for a Republican. I have serious problems policy-wise as well as character-wise with Donald Trump, and so that I'm not here to endorse anyone. I'm not going to be endorsing anyone. I'm still watching everything as it develops, and I think there's a lot of storylines that will still come out between now and November.
Now, not only is Asa Hutchinson a longtime Republican not endorsing anyone and not speaking, he said he's truly an undecided voter. He knows he's not going to vote for President Biden. However, he said he might write in another Republican name other than Donald Trump, almost as a protest. I did ask him that if he feels that way, and if he believes so many other Republicans feel that way, how come some 13 challengers took on Donald Trump last fall and lost? And he said, direct quote, "We all ran into the same brick wall, just at different times." Libby?
All right. Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. Appreciate that report. What we're hearing right now is a video talking about Gold Star families, and we're specifically going to hear from family members in a few moments who are relatives of service members who died in the attack of the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan. And so you're hearing a strong critique right now of the Biden administration and the administration's decisions and timeline on pulling out of Afghanistan, something that many presidents had said they would do. Biden did it, but of course there was so much fallout because of the chaos that ensued at the time of the departure. So let's go now to the floor to hear from some of these families and who are going to be talking about their loved ones who died in that airport attack.
President Trump will never forget them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Gold Star families of our fallen heroes.
I'm Christy Shamblin. My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. Yeah. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. an extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives all 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxon Sobiak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing over bags.
Gold Star families talking about the loss of their loved ones in Afghanistan during the drawdown and pullout. Really a poignant moment as people on the floor were clearly moved by their personal stories, chanting things like "never forget" and then saying the names of those service members who died in Kabul. And then Joe must go. Let's go to JM Rieger for more on what happened when Biden did end the war in Afghanistan, something that many presidents had pledged they would try to do. This was one of the tragedies that ensued as part of that chaotic pullout. Tell us more, JM.
Yeah, Libby, this was definitely one of the low points of the Biden presidency. Then the Biden administration repeatedly made incorrect predictions about how the withdrawal in Afghanistan would go when Biden announced that spring in 2021 that they would be pulling all U.S. troops out of Afghanistan. It's worth noting that that deal that Biden was adhering to was a deal to withdraw troops that was negotiated between then President Trump and the Taliban that had a May 1st, 2021 deadline for all U.S. troops to be withdrawn from Afghanistan. Biden then extended that. But, you know, Biden in April of 2021 said, quote, "We will not conduct a hasty rush," end quote, to the exit, suggesting that it would be orderly. And we all know what happened. And when he was asked in August of 2021 about the withdrawal, he said, "I don't know how we would get out," quote, "without chaos ensuing." So they tried to sort of reframe things, and the National Security Council, after the fact, said that evacuations from Afghanistan should have begun sooner than they did. The U.S. left billions of dollars of military equipment there. A lot of Afghans who helped the U.S. over the course of the war were left behind. Some of them are still waiting to get into the U.S. So it became really a mess, and in a lot of ways, and we're seeing this now, has become sort of a political football, if you will, for both parties to point to failures. Democrats will point to the Trump negotiation, and Republicans will point to how chaotic this withdrawal was. Libby?
Thank you, JM. You know, James, the family said an especially painful thing for them was when Joe Biden mistakenly said in the debate that no service members died during his presidency.
It was a low point of the debate, and Afghanistan was a low point of his presidency. If you look at the chart of Biden's approval rating, after Abbey Gate, it never recovered. It was at about 50%, and then it dropped off. Terry McAuliffe has said that the reason he lost the Virginia governor's race in 2021 was Afghanistan, that his numbers tanked after that. And I say that because right now Glenn Youngkin is standing, Mike Johnson's standing in between Trump and Glenn Youngkin, but Glenn Youngkin won that race because of Afghanistan. And it was gut-wrenching to watch that. I mean, that was one of the more powerful moments. And also the meeting where Biden met those parents, the last time he saw them at, it was the dignified transfer ceremony at Dover. It didn't go well at the time. We know at the time that Biden sort of gave this long talk about his own son, and he clearly was trying to connect with them, saying, "My son, Bo, also passed away." But the families, even at the time, were saying it felt like he was focused more on his own son than our son, and we heard that tonight. And I mean, that is just, I mean, it was painful. It's very sad to watch, and I think it's memorable.
Maeve, I just wanted to ask you, we were talking earlier about who Trump is surrounded by up there. People like Glenn Youngkin, Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, Marco Rubio's up there right next to him. What does it mean to get a spot in that presidential family and friends booth at a convention like this?
Well, it's huge, and the images that you see all the cameramen below the box shooting up there. Those images of Rubio and Trump sitting together, Youngkin and Trump sitting together, we will see those in 2028 if those men
already are you?
If those, absolutely. If they run again, I mean, I think what's so interesting is that when Youngkin was running for governor in Virginia, he really had to keep Donald Trump at at arm's length. Not too much, but he would dodge questions about him. He was trying to reassure, independents and conservative Democrats that he was his own man, and that was a big part of his appeal. And so it was just really, it's remarkable to see him sitting next to Trump tonight, because he will need that credibility. He's termed out. He's not running in Virginia again, but he'll need that credibility within the MAGA base. So just sitting next to Trump is something he can take with him into the next presidential campaign.
And what did you make of the speeches that we've heard from former Trump adversaries or former Trump critics, from Marco Rubio to Nikki Haley to Ron DeSantis?
I mean, I think that last night was, Haley was really gracious in her speech after that very bitter rivalry that they had. She had said she was going to take a step back from politics after everything that she went through. So it was a big moment tonight, last night, for her to come forward, extend an olive branch to those supporters who wanted something different, saying, don't just focus on his language, you can disagree with him, but really focus on President Biden's performance right now and the choice that you're making there. Ron DeSantis' speech was much more about his own credentials, kind of showing off in front of this crowd. It was a lot of lines that we heard from his stump speech when he was running for president. It was like he just
a flashback.
Broke out the speech again. So, it was less of about making the case for Trump, I think, and more about his own future, whereas Nikki Haley took a really different approach.
So right now we're hearing in the background Donald Trump video that we've heard 3 times now, James, about voting.
Or Trump urging people to vote by mail. He's saying we're never going to let what happened in 2020 happen again, but in order for that,
ironic
it
after
is.
sowing so much distrust in the voting process and the reliability of early voting. Yeah.
Well, he clearly, he's doing this delicate thing where he's saying the election was rigged without quite saying it. He's saying, all this horrible stuff happened. You have to vote by mail so that we can win, and then we're never going to let that happen again.
But it's also so fascinating because he's had so many people in his ear about this, trying to get him to this place where he embraces, every kind of voting that you can do. One of those people we've heard, I did a profile with Kara on Lara Trump, who's now the co-chair of the RNC this week, and she has been one of those people that has really been in his ear, pushing him to understand how important this is and to kind of get the right message that aligns with what the RNC wants.
Let's head back to the stage to hear the next round of speakers.
First-generation American. I am a proud Orthodox Jew. And as of 5 months ago, I am the proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism. I came to Harvard to study religion, the foundation of Western civilization. What I found was not theology, but a contempt for it. My problem with Harvard is not its liberalism, but its illiberalism. Too often students at Harvard are taught not how to think, but what to think. I found myself immersed in a culture that is anti-Western, that is anti-American, and that is anti-Semitic. After October 7th, the world finally saw what I and so many Jewish students across this country experienced almost every day. When I planted 1,200 Israeli and American flags on campus, they were all vandalized within 24 hours. I was harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew and have received countless death threats online. Students and professors have openly called for new Hamas-style attacks against the United States. And perhaps most damning, when Hamas terrorists butchered 45 American citizens on October 7th, when they took 12 Americans hostage, Harvard refused to immediately and unequivocally condemn this atrocity. My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people. The Democratic Party, the party I registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned. And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy. Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight, we fight back. I am proud to support President Trump's policies to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms. Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless, protect, and return the American hostages in Gaza now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the parents of an American hostage held in Gaza, Orna and Ronan Nutra.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzal mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7 attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack, when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
The parents of an American hostage still held by Hamas. Ironically, James, Joe Biden's staunch support of Israel has been something that some Democrats say has gone too far, because he's been unequivocally supporting Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. Some of that has changed in the last months, but the hostage families are trying every avenue they can to come to some resolution and get their loved ones.
Yeah, in an effort to say these aren't Israelis, these are Americans, 8 Americans out of the 120 hostages. It is really striking. This is another illustration, and a powerful one, a moving one. It's the parents talking about their child being held hostage for 285 days. Of how Democrats are divided on that issue. And there is a real schism in the Democratic Party, and Republicans are united on this. There's not a lot of non-pro-Israel sentiment in the GOP. I think really
it's more complicated than that, of course, because Netanyahu's criticized even by Israelis, saying he's not doing enough to bring back the hostages and negotiate something to get them freed. So while there may be unity in this room to support Israel and pro-Israeli policies, Netanyahu's a much more complicated matter.
Totally.
So.
And they weren't praising Netanyahu.
No, it's really simplified.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's kept simple at a level where, I think the Republican base I think they would write a blank check to Israel. I think they would support Israel unconditionally. It is one of those things where it is an open question about Trump, because Trump has made differing comments. Right after October 7th, he said it was really smart, that they were really smart about how they attacked. And then he has sort of actually said, to the great surprise of Israel, he's been critical at times of the war effort. Other times he said they have to finish the job and get this over with. He's promised to end the war. He's said that it never would have happened October 7th if he had been president. So Trump has sort of staked out a lot of various positions. Something that we were talking when it happened, they highlighted the protests on college campuses that were so big this spring. And they were standing right behind us, and they walked on stage, this group of self-described frat boys from the University of North Carolina. There were some protesters at the UNC Chapel Hill, and they, as part of their protest, took down an American flag. They lowered the U.S. flag and put up a Palestinian flag. And these frat guys went and took the flagpole and put the American flag back up and defended the flagpole. So they showed a video about that, and they had those guys go on stage. It was a kind of a rah moment. And that's the level that the Republicans are united. I think that they're, they're against the campus protests. I think it plays into this narrative Trump wants to create, that there's chaos and disorder, and that he's going to bring order back to the country, and he's not going to tolerate this kind of dissent. And I think that plays well with his base, just like it played in 1968 during the massive college protests when Nixon said, "I'm going to crack down on these. We need to restore order on college campuses."
Rhonda, having those emotional moments, the connections with Americans, their tragedy, their family, sometimes their success stories, is always a part of conventions. And perhaps sometimes it's easier to do that when you're not the sitting president, right? Because you can show the stories of tragedy to hit the other team. The stories of success can come so much more often when you're the incumbent, right? When you're someone who can point to something that was done that you believe benefits your family. Just what are your reflections on how these families are being received in this room, and what the level of attention and attendance is like tonight compared to the other two nights?
Because these are so, heart-wrenching. These are stories that are really resonating with the crowd. These are issues that people cannot really argue with when you hear a mother or a father talk about the loss of their child. These are just inarguable. And if you've looked at the 4 years of the Biden presidency, the things that we've just heard these families talk about and what they represent have been really fraught and complicated issues that are really hard to navigate for an incumbent. And you're right. Usually at conventions we hear, voices of everyday Americans. Oftentimes you also hear from Americans that have benefited from something that president or that administration has done. I'm thinking with the DNC, they might, talk about how that they were successful with the infrastructure bill and were able to create jobs and bring up small business owners who can talk on that. But right now in this room, what's really resonating is these stories. And again, they're inarguable, especially when you think about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I remember covering that as we were on the air. We also showed photos of the last plane leaving, and how even covering something that as a journalist is just, very difficult. That's going to be a lasting thing for Biden. I've actually been surprised because it seems like it might have been an Achilles heel for him that it hasn't really been one of these flashpoints that Republicans have brought out more and more. I've talked on the Hill with one of the Republicans who has been investigating the withdrawal from Afghanistan and wondering why haven't they brought that issue up more. But we might hear more about it, because if you listen to the response from the crowd when those Gold Star families spoke, I can see ads now that might just target the withdrawal and some of these testimonies.
Yeah. I mean, so the other thing that's really important to keep in mind is that the focus on Biden helps paper over the very real differences among Republicans. Sitting next to Trump right now is Marco Rubio, who pretty vigorously opposed withdrawing from Afghanistan as Trump and his administration were negotiating with the Taliban and trying to create a path out. And a lot of Republicans, the national security wing of the party, predicted literally exactly what would happen. And even President Biden's top advisors were telling him that this would happen. And Biden was determined to keep his campaign promise and get out. And so there is this tension. It's a fair hit on Biden, but you really could argue Donald Trump would have done the same thing. But that's irrelevant right now. But it allows every Republican on all sides of the national security spectrum to just keep the fire trained on Biden, as opposed to exposing how they're not in the same place on America's role in the world and whether the U.S. should have troops in places like South Korea and Afghanistan.
So right now we're seeing a video teeing up a World War II veteran who's going to speak. But there's been controversy about Trump's relationship with military families, Gold Star families in particular, including from one of his own team members who at first did it sort of quietly through sources and then finally put his name to his critique of Donald Trump.
So John Kelly, who was Trump's first Homeland Security Secretary and then his White House Chief of Staff, has said publicly that Trump was disparaging toward veterans, especially wounded veterans. That he said he
ones who have wounds that disfigure them or have harmed them in a way that's, that Trump didn't find appealing or acceptable.
About the late John McCain.
Right.
Yeah.
And Trump has, of course, denied it. This was, I think, probably the most effective hit that Biden actually was able to make during that disastrous debate for him. And part of this is trying to make up for what they see as a potential weakness.
All right, let's go to the stage now to hear from a World War II veteran.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Peckrell. I'm a proud Wisconsinite. I'm a proud husband of 76 years old to my wife, Rosemary. I'm a father of 11 children. 6 girls, 5 boys. Our family across 5 generations and a proud World War II veteran. I'm 98 years old. Some call us the greatest generation. That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis' last major push in the Western Front. A few months later, Hitler was dead. The Nazis were defeated. We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil. But not many of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach. And there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But for us, those of us who are here that America is still worth fighting for. It hurts my heart to see what our current president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say, America is an idea, but I believe America is much more than that. America is our home. You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world, and those years ago. And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight again. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
Remarks by World War II veteran William Peckrell, really warmly received by the crowd, and saying there at the end that if Donald Trump was president again, he'd re-enlist. And there was
storm whatever beach.
Storm whatever beach. All right, guys, we've got just a couple of minutes here to talk. We are expecting J.D. Vance to speak tonight. He will be introduced by his wife, Usha, and she'll try to humanize him and introduce him to the public. Let's talk about this couple and the position they now find themselves in, Rhonda, as being in the national public spotlight.
Yeah, you know, they met at Yale, and he has said that he would not be anything without her. In fact, he credits the successes he had at Yale to her, saying she kind of navigated the way, showed him opportunities, and really made him who he is today. So I'm sure he'll say a lot about her, but we will first hear about from her. And she, you know, has an impressive career herself. She was a lawyer. She quit the firm, actually, recently.
On Monday.
Right. In preparation for this run, and also said she needed to take care of her family while they do this run. But I think the night also kind of belongs to her, because if they're elected, she would be second lady. She is Indian American, comes from a Hindu family. We have heard from sort of the extremist wing of the Republican Party who have talked about J.D. Vance as a pick and saying that he will be now soft on immigration and saying some kind of racist things about it. So, and I don't know if those things will stop as this campaign keeps going. But we are going to hear from this couple tonight.
And before that, we'll hear from Don Jr. Donald Trump Jr. is also speaking shortly, and he will be someone to give a sense of who J.D. Vance is as well, because this is someone he's closely aligned with and wanted to be on the ticket. Let's go to the stage now to see how Donald Trump Jr. is received by this crowd.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
A lot of proud moments this week for my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible, patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight, but his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero Corey Comparator. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character. He showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media, when you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend J.D. Vance, a kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit, people who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
Trump Jr. praising his father and doing a little bit of a tee-up for the man he hopes to see to be the next vice president, J.D. Vance, someone that he really wanted on this ticket. Let's talk about what Don Jr. focused on.
Yeah, Don Jr. came out with a fiery contrast. He was a puncher. Sometimes he's kind of jokey. It almost sounds like he's a stand-up comedian. that wasn't the Don Jr. we saw tonight. We saw someone who was sort of angry, fervent, forceful, setting up this contrast, as he said at the end, America first versus America last, conflating a lot of theys. We've been talking about the other kind of grouping in the media with the left, with the partisan prosecutions, and there was a steeliness to it. Donald Trump Sr. loved watching his granddaughter, Kai. I could see him right here, and he had a real kind of a happy grandfatherly smile on his face. So it's this effort to both soften his image and show that he's tough and strong, but also kind of soft on the inside. And you got that 1-2 punch with father and daughter.
Yeah. I was also thinking about the tone, too, because you're right. He does have different Donald Trump Jr.'s. And I was struck because I was thinking about the first time they ran. We've talked about this before where it felt a little experimental. But that sounded like a speech of someone who wants to tell the country that they're ready to lead again. He was taking that very seriously. I was reading an Axios story. They had an interview with him a couple days ago, and he did say he doesn't want to be, Donald Trump Jr. does not want to be a part of the administration, but he does want to be involved in hiring, which I think is interesting. The other part he did tell Axios is that the election is not in the bag, so that is that appeal to tell people, look, we're not being overly confident, just, help us vote. But he also said if they lose, it's likely because of cheating. So there's that rhetoric again. Those mixed messages that we're getting from the RNC.
Let's bring JM into the conversation. JM, next up we're going to hear from Usha Vance, the wife of J.D. Vance. She'll introduce her husband. He's only 39 years old. He'd be 40 by the time of the election. Talk to us about what you'll be listening for from her.
Yeah, Libby, crucial moment in the convention here, this introduction, this moment right before Vance speaks. We've talked about how a lot of voters don't know who J.D. Vance is. They don't know much about him. This is kind of one of the first steps in really defining him by someone who knows him best. She met him at Yale Law School, has a degree, a Master of Philosophy from Cambridge. She clerked for Brett Kavanaugh on the Court of Appeals in D.C., also clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts on the Supreme Court. She resigned her law firm this week when that pick of Vance as vice president was made. But now we are really kind of getting into the final stretch here of the keynote speech this evening with the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance.
So here's how we'll see this in the next few minutes. We'll see a biographical video of J.D. Vance. So this will kind of set the tone and give us a sense of how the Trump team wants him to be perceived and introduced to the American public. We'll hear Usha Vance introduce her husband. We'll see J.D. Vance do his speech. This is the moment that he gets to try to define the narrative and show America who he is. J.D., if you're wondering, stands for James Donald. And he actually changed his last name as he grew older. He changed it in 2014, the year that he got married, to his maternal grandparents' name, because they really raised him. And if you've read Hillbilly Elegy or seen the movie that came out that Ron Howard directed in 2020, I think that came out just a few years ago, you get a sense of his biographical story, which we know will be a big part of tonight.
Yeah, he is expected to lean into those roots. That is what kind of propelled him into this role, and that is one of the reasons why the Trump campaign, there is the bio video beginning.
All right, yeah, let's check this out and see how they're presenting J.D. Vance.
President. But here he is, born into poverty. His family torn apart by drug addiction. No money, no prospects, no future. J.D. joined the Marine Corps, used the GI Bill to attend college, then went to Yale and earned a law degree and shared his heartbreaking story in a best-selling book. Only in America is this story possible. But today, for many families, the American dream is now gone. And this is the team tough enough to bring it back. J.D. Vance understands that working families have become the forgotten families. Under Biden, wages are going down while prices skyrocket, forcing the majority of Americans to live paycheck to paycheck. Working families will have J.D. Vance fighting for them. Seniors, J.D. will have your backs too. No more deciding between putting food on your table and paying for the prescriptions you need. As a husband and father, JD knows the importance of fighting for a parent's right to protect their children. And you can count on this Marine to stand up for our soldiers who put their lives on the line for their country every day. JD Vance's story is one of perseverance, of duty, of commitment to what's right. It's an American story, and it's just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Usha Vance.
Good evening. Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, JD Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. JD has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator, it occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire JD and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met JD in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working-class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio.
raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first.
Thank you.
Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed? Who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. Wow. Wow. Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't that amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio. A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan. I had to get that in there. Come on, come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give... I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up, and that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking, it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025. And if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10... Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now, that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
James David Vance, a son of Ohio and Appalachia, hoping to become the next Vice President of the United States. We met his wife, Usha Vance, and we saw his mother seated in the Friends and Family box of the former President of the United States, right there next to Speaker Mike Johnson, visibly touched that she could be here tonight and watch her son experience this. J.D. Vance giving a message tonight of the vision of America that he wants to see, as well as talking about his humble origins. He has 3 children. He talked about how they're back in the hotel, and you can see his wife there, the daughter of Indian immigrants. He began to talk about their story a little bit and then kind of veered back to his own personal story. We will be learning more about them, of course, in the coming days and weeks, because the national spotlight will very much be on them as America gets to know him more. He's been a senator for less than 2 years, Rhonda.
3 years, yeah.
Less than 3
Brand new
years.
to politics.
I mean, I'm doing the math on this because he hasn't even served half of a senatorial term yet, and this would be an incredible leap into the political forum to go from no political office to United States Senate representing Ohio to now coming in to do this, to be the Vice President of the United States. So many months yet to go in this election, but this is the moment where he begins his process. The Ohio delegation thrilled to be front and center tonight, getting a lot of shout-outs, as did other Rust
Almost
Belt
a fight
states.
broke out between Michigan and Ohio, which, as an Ohioan, I can understand.
Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's down on the floor with members of the Ohio delegation. Jorge?
Hey, Libby. So yeah, I'm down here on the floor, and as you know, during the speech, there was pretty raucous moments here amongst Ohio delegation. I'm here with Jim Brennan. Jim, how you doing? Nice to see you. You're with Ohio. Tell me about what was this like for you, just hearing J.D. Vance speak. What were the issues that he talked about that you liked? What did you hear about his speech that you liked?
Well, I liked everything, and JD's awesome. You know, we're you know, it's a great choice, and bring it on, right? I mean, we're talking about a great economy, really cool things. It's all good.
So he's one of the younger senators. He's the greatest age disparity, I think, between the presidential candidate and the vice presidential candidate. What do you think he brings to the ticket? What are some of the reasons you think that Trump picked him?
Yeah, absolutely. Bring it on. So right here, look at this. This is what he brings to the ticket. This is my son, Ralph.
Yeah, come on.
So Ralph's 21 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
And we've got his sister's 23, his older brother's 25, and I don't think they would really necessarily care about a VP except JD. When they found out about it, everybody called me because now we got the younger generation. It brings it, man. So you got the wonderful policies of Donald Trump that are just awesome. The economy, low taxes, less government. So he kicks butt for 4 years. Then we bring in JD for 8 years. We got it. Our country's back, all right? That's the gig, man.
Ralph, what is it that you heard tonight from J.D. Vance that this will be, I guess this will be your first election voting, right?
Yes, correct.
So what is it that you heard him say that you particularly resonated with you as a young voter?
What really resonated with me was the fact that he's from Middletown, Ohio, a small, poor community in Ohio, and how he was able just to overcome that, join the Marine Corps, go to Yale Law School. You know, he's just done such a great job, and obviously now he's a VP, and he's going to continue to do a great job for our country.
If you want, we're talking, yeah. So what Ralph's saying is obviously the great American story, okay? So we've got that, which is fantastic. So he's got that as the basis, but the ball game here is it's the economy, it is inflation is ridiculous. Inflation just kills everybody. I mean, it is a regressive tax for every American, everybody in the world for that matter. So what we're talking about here is some really serious stuff. We're not talking about some crazy stuff. We're talking about just what the U.S. workers are doing and what they're facing, and we're going to kick butt. That's what we're talking about.
So were you happy with the pick right away? Was this someone that you had on your radar before he made the pick for Vance?
Oh,
Is this someone
absolutely. I mean, I'm a political junkie, so we were, going through all this stuff. I believe what JD is Trump saying, hey, look, we're going forward here. We're not being all political with our VP. We're going next generation. We're saying, hey, let's do what's right for our country.
Okay, I have to ask this because this has come up that Vance, at certain points, had been critical of President Trump a couple years back. Sure. Does that matter, do you think, going forward? Do you think that's going to come up at all as an issue?
So he changed his mind, right? Okay. I mean, I changed my mind.
Okay, all right. And my last question to you is just, where do you think next this goes from here? How does he bring in, how is he different as a candidate than Vice President Pence, do you think, for example?
Well, I think Pence was basically chosen to give Trump some stability. We go back to 2016, and that's a long time ago. So what now we're doing is we're bringing in the next generation again. Here's my guy, right? I mean, it's a big deal. This is fabulous.
Well, Jim, thanks so much. Thank you. Thanks, Ralph. All right, thanks very much. Thanks. Libby, back to you in the studio.
All right.
And thank you, Jorge. So Jorge's been down just right on the floor. It's just right in front of the stage. Ohio gets a very prominent spot here tonight. And this is really the moment that these men and women down on the floor have gotten to see J.D. Vance and get a better sense of him. Rhonda, what stood out to you from his speech tonight?
When we were thinking about the short list and who was on it, most of those names had, they were well known. They were nationally known. If Trump, in part of the calculation, was thinking, you know, we're going to write up our person, we're going to cast our person, it would have been J.D. Vance, because that was a highly biographical speech. It mainly talked about his roots, and he was able to fill in the blanks because a lot of Americans don't know him. So they are going to define who they want him to be. Now, I know Jorge just asked that Ohio delegate about some of the criticism that J.D. Vance has faced, because he was very critical, came on the national stage being a never-Trumper. And he did not address that tonight. He has said he changed his mind, but it was illuminating to hear that voter and that delegate say, "Oh, I changed my mind too." So that may be the play in the base and how base voters feel about the J.D. Vance pick. But I also wonder how that's going to play when J.D. Vance is going to be on the road, continuing to introduce himself. Again, that speech was highly biographical. He was just introducing himself. We didn't hear a lot of deep policy talk or anything specific that he feels he's charged to do if he's in the White House. But this was just about introducing the world to J.D. Vance.
Yeah, great economy, great jobs, all the great things, James. Did you get a better sense of what that administration would look like?
It was a vibes speech, but he hit it out of the park. I mean, that was a masterful piece of political oratory. He achieved exactly what he needed to achieve. He was light. He had the right tone. He struck the right balance between introducing himself, making jokes. Some of them, a lot of that was his stump speech from even when he ran for Senate, the story about Mamo and the guns hidden. That was a joke he told at every rally in Ohio, but most Americans have never heard that. And he is a good performer. I mean, he has the raw political kind of instincts that you could see what would attract Trump to him. And even the off-script jokes about Ohio and Michigan, it showed that he's quick, he's energetic, he's young.
This was to show why Donald Trump picked him, right? Why me? And let me show you that I'm ready to be here and that I'm the person Donald Trump should have picked.
And it really is an amazing thing. The Republican primary was in May 2022. He won that primary thanks to Trump's endorsement with 32.2% of the vote. And it was a crowded, fragmented primary. He had tens of millions of dollars spent against him in Ohio, highlighting, calling Trump cultural heroin, for example, saying he was always going to be a never-Trumper. And it is a testament to his political skill that he has been able to ingratiate himself into Trump world. One of the things I heard from a Trump source, Trump really appreciated that he slimmed down, that he started wearing better tailored suits, that he trimmed his beard better than he had before. He started going for long runs and getting in better shape, something Trump appreciated. And Trump appreciated that he was willing to go on hostile TV shows and do interviews where he was asked tough questions and really defended Trump. J.D. Vance was the first senator to go to Trump's criminal trial in Manhattan. So he is very successfully positioned himself, and he's had allies like Donald Trump Jr., but also Tucker Carlson and Peter Thiel, and I mean, I think we very likely saw a future president of the United States tonight. If not in 2028, it's sometime in the future. You can see, I mean, Trump is thinking about the future of his movement. This is a sign that Trump doesn't think he's going to be in power forever. He knows he's not going to run again in 2028. He can't if he wins, serves 4 years. And Vance will be the odds-on favorite to succeed him. And it is a very, very different kind of Republican Party. I mean, you didn't hear a lot of applause, actually. He attacked Biden for NAFTA and the Iraq War, two things where more Republicans supported those than Democrats. And Vance is a reflection of he's a new face in a changing party.
I don't know if he's quite clear of the criticism, his history of criticism of Trump. I know when I covered that Senate race, that was a big deal for Ohioans because of the ads. The ads were showing him in his own words, his own tweets, and that is pretty compelling. And I know
Trump is leaving. That's why I'm looking around. But
that's totally okay. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, please.
I don't know if he's clear from that because I would expect the Democrats to run those same type of ads, showing people that it's not only just a flip flop. It's nearly an ideological twist. And it doesn't seem, to some people, it seemed disingenuous. So, and again, if you just see a 30-second ad, that could be compelling to some people. I will say, though, when he was mentioning the Iraq War, I think that was also to underscore his age differences, because he kept talking about when I was in high school, this is what Biden was doing as a senator. So, again, that's going to be a big contrast for the Democrats to overcome, is he is pretty young, and the current concerns with the president's age and fitness, that likely will keep going. So that is a tool that I'm sure they're going to use more and more.
JM Rieger, let's hear from you about what stands out to you from tonight's speech from the vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, as well as the overall arc of the night.
Yeah, Libby, what Rhonda was just talking about was really interesting, because Vance contrasted the age and the age issue that Biden has in this election, referring to the grades that he was in when different things that Biden voted for happened. Made reference to the blue wall states. I counted at least 3 different times in that speech, which is notable. It's what we had sort of suspected was one of the main reasons that Trump added Vance to the ticket. The economic populism came through that speech. I think what's going to be interesting here in the months ahead is Trump's the president, would be the president if they won. But Vance is coming at this from a little bit of a different angle than Trump. For example, Vance said that we need a leader that's, quote, not in the pocket of big business. Trump, in an interview published yesterday, floated cutting the corporate tax rate to 15%. So there are things, and Vance back in 2021 was talking about raising corporate taxes. So there are things there where there might need to be a merging of those ideas. I think from the night overall, we heard Vance go after Harris. This was more of a theme tonight. We heard more and more speakers going after the vice president. We heard Ronnie Jackson, we heard Brian Mast, we heard Donald Trump Jr., all going after Harris either directly or indirectly, as the more Democrats have come out. Adam Schiff today calling for President Biden to step down. And then again, the tone and the tenor of the convention has really taken a turn the last 2 days with some of the remarks from some of the speakers. The election denialism is still kind of front and center, or at least permeates beneath the surface, if you will. And we heard a lot of reference to folks in the government, folks in the media being liars. We heard kind of an othering throughout the night of especially immigrants. And we heard some warnings of folks that, usually in a they sense, but referring to the government oftentimes, coming for you. So some warning signs there, some plays to the base. And it seems like this is sort of setting up for the final kind of pivot here to Donald Trump's remarks tomorrow night.
Thanks so much, JM. Let's check in with Rich Matthews for what's to come tomorrow night. As JM said, it is Trump's big night. Rich?
Yeah, Libby, I mean, we've seen Donald Trump each and every night of this convention. Tomorrow night, we will hear from him for the first time, and for the first time since he was shot at that rally last Saturday, just 2 days before this convention began. It's honestly hard to imagine what the last 5 days have been like for Donald Trump. I mean, it's cliche, but a literal roller coaster. He's shot at a rally. He stands up. That iconic photograph, he pumps his fists, yells, "Fight, fight, fight," and that's become quickly a rally cry for MAGA Republicans. We've heard it over and over here in the arena this week, both from the crowd and from speakers on stage. Trump has momentum now, and tomorrow night, it will be interesting to see how he handles all of this. What will his words be? Will they be carefully crafted? Will he stick to the script, or will he go off the cuff as he often does? Tomorrow night, yes, there are dozens of other speakers, 3+ hours of programming before Donald Trump. But it's all surround sound, Libby. It's all surround sound. It all takes a backseat to what he says, how he carries himself on that stage behind me. We will be here. We will be watching. We will be listening, as will much of the country. Libby?
All right, thank you so much, Rich. Rhonda, final thoughts from you tonight as we wrap up night 3.
Yeah, all of this has culminated into this speech from Donald Trump, and Rich just laid it out there. What Trump are we going to get? We have not really even heard his voice since that shooting. So who are we going to get? Has there been any change in tone and what he might say? You know, we just don't know at this point, but we're all just waiting to see.
Mm-hmm. James.
We saw J.D. Vance, a lot of Americans hearing him really for the first time. People know Hillbilly Elegy. People have seen the movie on Netflix. We saw Usha Vance speak, really. This was her coming out party. She is a reluctant spouse. She's not someone who sought out politics. She's been supportive. I heard about a meeting, her first meeting with Trump not long ago at Mar-a-Lago, and it was basically a job interview where Vance was coming and trying to introduce his wife to Trump. And Trump asked Usha, are you into politics? Do you like being a senator's wife? And she gave sort of an anodyne answer, and but it was kind of pleasant. And Trump laughed, and he said, Melania hates politics too. I get it. It's fine. And Trump seemed amused by the exchange. She said something in her speech that really stuck out to me. I thought she said that we could marry is a testament to America, and it's a testament to J.D. And it is remarkable that the Republicans have just nominated for vice president someone who's married to the daughter of Indian immigrants. And in India, there's obviously a caste system. She talked about her background growing up in San Diego from an upper middle class family. He comes from a poor family. They meet at Yale Law School. That is a testament to America. And I think this convention is achieving what they want to achieve. It's making people feel good. It's forward looking. And it wasn't lost on me that Vance walked off the stage to Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow by Fleetwood Mac, which was Bill Clinton's campaign theme song in 1992.
Yep.
So it's excellent stagecraft. They achieved what they wanted to achieve tonight.
Well, we will be watching tonight to see how that evening unfolds. And even though tonight's focus was really on security, and they certainly talked about the military, a lot of it was mostly focused on just domestic security. There was not a lot of talk of other countries. We weren't hearing Ukraine talked about. We were not hearing Russia talked about. We were hearing Putin only talked about in the context Don Jr. saying Democrats don't like him, but they act just like him. And so they're really trying to build up this America first, this America-driven focus tonight. And that was the message we heard loud and clear, culminating in a success story of an American. Well, tomorrow night, we will be seeing night 4, the big night of Donald Trump's speech. So we go from his vice presidential pick to hear what the nominee himself has to say as he formally accepts the Republican nomination for president. The Washington Post will be live starting tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock here in Milwaukee. And James, Rhonda, and I and the rest of our team will be with you here starting then. So we look forward to it. For the Washington Post, I'm Libby Casey. Have a good night.
Democracy is on the ballot. Your freedom is on the ballot.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, the Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis. From landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 election night special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.